Good evening. Good evening and welcome to the Milpitas Unified School District Board of Education meeting on December 10th, 2019, 1331 East Calaveras Boulevard, Milpitas, California. In closed session, the board took no action. Is there a motion to review and approve the open session agenda? We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
A second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, open session agenda is approved. Now it's time for the flag salute.
Hi, my name is Clarissa Chuan. I go to William Burnett Elementary School and I'm in the 5th grade. Hi, my name is Karina. I am 8 years old. I am in 3rd grade and I go to William Burnett Elementary School. Please rise, remove your caps, and join with me in the flag salute. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
You may sit down now.
Comments from the public. Members of the public may address the board on any subject not on tonight's agenda. However, provisions of the Brown Act Government Code 54954.2A and .3 preclude any action. As an unagendized item, no response is required from the board or district staff, and no action can be taken. However, the board may instruct the superintendent to agendize the item for a future meeting. If you would like to address the board on any item on the agenda, or please complete the green request to visitors form located near the entrance of the meeting room and hand it to the communication specialist. On the form, please list your name, organization, telephone number, email address, home address, and agenda item you would like to speak to. For items that are not on the agenda, you will be able to speak under comments from the public portion on the agenda. For items on the agenda, you will be able to speak at the time of that item. When your name is called, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and limit your remarks to 2 minutes for individuals and 5 minutes for a group. The district asks for contact information for all those wishing to speak to staff so they can follow up on issues brought to our attention. Thanks for your participation in this civic engagement. Comments from the public. Are there any comments from the public? Okay.
Okay, tonight is the night that we do our annual board organization meeting, and the first order is to nominate and approve a board member for the position of president. And as a reminder, the president is the one who speaks as the representative of the board and is the one who runs the meetings and is responsible for communications on the board's behalf. So do I have a nomination for president?
I nominate Dan Hongan to be president of the board.
Do I have a motion?
Or is it someone supposed to ask for a second?
Well, she nominated first, so now we need a motion.
I'd like to make a motion for Hami to be board president.
Now we need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, so now we have our president, Ms. Han Lin.
Thank you.
So if you could take the gavel.
Oh, right away?
Just happened.
Oh, right away. Oh, I thought it's gonna be next meeting.
Chris was quick.
That was quick. Just give us 2 minutes to switch computers.
Okay, and now that we have a president, Han, then you will proceed with the rest of the meeting. So now you need to ask for the nomination for the position of vice president.
I don't need that. I need to, yeah, this right here. There you go. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect this to take place right away. I thought if we nominate somebody, it's gonna be the next meeting. So bear with me here. But first I want to say a few words. I really want to thank the board for this nomination. I'm humble. I am honored. And I think that Chris did such a great job, and it's going to be a big shoe for me to fill. Going through a year with MUSD with challenges, but Chris did it so well. And I just want to thank Chris and thank the rest of the board members for sticking thick and thin during the moments that we have hard problems to solve, obstacles, challenges. But I'm here to listen, I'm here to learn, and I'm here to work with our board members to move MUSD forward and to take those challenges, turn them into opportunities for our students. Like our past president, Ronald Reagan, once said, the greatest, or I think the greatest person is not the person who does the greatest things, but he or she is the person who gets the people to do the greatest things. So I'm here with you. Please help me through. Thank you, and I'm humbled to serve as the president of the board. All right, so now we have the president of the board. We need the nomination for vice president.
I'd like to nominate Chris Norwood to be the vice president of the board.
Do we have a second? Oh, we have the nomination. Do I have a motion?
I will make that motion.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Oh, I can second. Oh my God. I think we're gonna have a long night. Do we have a second?
I second.
All right, any opposed? All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, I got that part. Motion passed, all right? Chris Norwood, you are the vice president.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we need the nomination for clerk of the board.
I'd like to make the nomination for Kelly Ashwan to be the board clerk.
We have the nomination. Do we have a motion? All right, can I make the motion? All right, I make the motion to accept the nomination. Oh, did you do that? Okay, I second. I make the motion. Okay, so I just made the motion. Is there a second?
I can second that.
All right. Any opposed? Yes, yes, we have the motion and the second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? You know, next time, this is just a learning curve for everyone, so, next time, train that person who's gonna take that role before you put them right on the spot.
On the job training.
Okay.
Didn't you have one?
Huh?
Didn't you have a training?
She's just, okay, so the next one now. Now you're on to B, approved board.
Okay, we are moving on to 11B, approved board representation on internal and external committees for 2020. And we have the list right here with us.
Yep, you have the list and Scott will put it also on the screen for everybody.
So for 2019, we have Kelly with Russell Middle School, Burnett, and Senate. Chris Norwood, MHS, Adult Ed, Matos, and Kirkman. Michael Sy, Zenger, Weller, Rancho, and Cowhills. And myself, I have Randall, Pomeroy, Adult Ed, and Hamwood. Should we start with Michael? If he wants to keep or change, your new assignment,
These are fine.
do you want to keep what you have?
Sure.
Okay.
Unless you had other ideas.
Let's wait until we go through with, Chris Norwood and Kelly.
Oh, I'm happy to say where I'm at too.
How about you?
I didn't do the greatest job at Kirtner, so I owe them, some time. I want to stay.
Okay. Then we have, these three seats that's going to be representation on Rose Elementary, Spangler, CDC.
I'm interested, in either, all three, have relationships, with their, administration. I think one, I probably want to spend a little bit more time with, the Spangler Elementary.
So this is Chris. Spangler. Okay. Do I have Kelly or Michael for Rose and CDC?
I'll take Rose.
Michael?
I'll defer to you.
So we got all the lists covered. All right, I'll take CDC, Randall, Pomeroy, Adodad, and Elmwood. Chris with the current list, add on with Spangler, and Kelly, current list, the add on of Rose Elementary. So we know that. And for the committee, we have Kelly with the board rep to the community board advisory. We need an alternate for that. That's the first thing.
We'll come back to that.
Okay. That's fine. How about board rep to the district and English learner advisory council?
I'd like to remain on that count. I'd like to remain on that.
Okay. Michael or Kelly, would you like to be the alternative?
Which one is this?
This one is the English Learner Advisory Council.
Okay, sure.
I'm currently on public safety, and we have the, do we need someone to back me up here?
No, we'll come back to that.
Okay, we'll come back to that too. So Michael and Chris, you're currently on Economic Development and Trade Commission. Any changes on that?
No, I was still on that. I believe I was, appointed by, city council for that.
Michael?
What, to defer? Are you interested in that?
No, I'm not.
Sure, sir.
Okay.
Okay, we have, the next one on the item is City and Milpitas Unified School District Communication Meetings. Currently, Chris and I are on there.
Yes, I'll stay.
Anyone interested?
I'll be the alternative. Alternate.
I think the president should probably stay.
So, yeah, I'll stay, and Kelly is the alternative, and then Chris Noble is still on there. Santa Clara Board Association. Michael and Kelly, you both were signed up on here. Any changes?
I'm fine with anything unless someone else wants it.
Like to do that.
And Kelly, you staying on there?
Yeah.
Voting representative on the county commission, school district organization. We have Kelly and Michael.
It's fine.
That's fine.
Open to anything.
I just want to remind all board members that if you sign up for these, if you're the representative for any of these commission, committee, please attend the meetings. And if you cannot attend the meeting, ask any of your board member, fellow board members to see if they can take place for you, okay? We have Metro Ed,
Yes, I would like to stay as we have some ongoing initiatives.
Okay.
And I'll be the alternate.
Partial tax. I'm currently on that with personal. I'm okay.
Okay, I'm fine.
Chamber of Commerce, we have Kelly and Michael.
Yes.
Does someone else want it? Okay.
Do you want to?
Okay, I can stay.
Thank you, Michael. Art Commission. We only need one representative here.
Alternate art commission meeting.
I think it meets once a month, is that right?
Yes, I think so. It used to be less frequently, but I know that Mr. Ag, who's on the commission
Yeah.
and has two of our students representing with him, I know that he's shared with me that they are trying to increase the work of the Arts Commission, so I believe that they're meeting more frequently.
So we want to look at it distributed on that one, where each person takes a meeting. Because we are only 4 board members.
All right, the Bond Oversight Committee, we don't need anything here, right?
It's a new one that we're adding because we didn't have bond, our bond oversight committee was formed after the annual meeting last year, so we didn't have a rep, but because we have a rep on parcel tax, staff felt that it would be good to have a representative on the bond oversight committee.
Who's interested in the Bond Oversight Committee?
When are their meetings?
Well, we try to do a quarterly meeting. So the next coming up meeting will be in March. And roughly the meeting is about an hour and 2 hours.
An hour and 2 hours? That's 3 hours.
Well, it depends.
Yes.
Those meetings will not be more than an hour.
Oh, by the way, yeah, Tom is our chair, so I listen to him.
Okay, we gotta go back to number 1. Board rep to the Community Board Advisory. Kelly, you are on there. And this meets every third Thursday, except for September, December, and May.
It's actually except for the months where we have vacation, a school vacation, we don't meet.
July.
And we don't meet in April.
And I'll do the alternate.
Okay. Public safety. I'm currently on there. But we do need another person. Hello? Kelly? Michael?
Who would you like backing you up?
Would you do it?
If you want me to.
Okay. I'll put your name on it. Thank you. Okay, we're good.
All right,
Okay.
now you're going to Lucy.
All right, we're moving on to 11C, re-adopt the board group agreement. We have a first reading.
And this is part of the annual reorganization. It's the board's opportunity to recommit to the board group agreement. So every year with the annual agreements, it's there.
All right, and this is for the community to follow and read and write down the screen.
Now you need a motion to re-adopt the board group agreements.
I can make a motion to re-adopt the board group agreement.
Do we have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none? All right, carries. 11D, schedule the board's regular meeting for 2020 calendar year. We have the list here of so the following is the proposed schedule for regular meeting, board meetings in 2019-2020, which is January 14 and 28, February 11, March 10 and 24, April 28, May 12 and May 26, June 9 and the 23rd, August 25th, September 8th and the 22nd, October 6th and the 20th, November 10 and 24, and December 8th. So the whole month of July, we do not have any meetings. So we need a motion to approve the schedule on the board unless you guys have any questions or need to discuss.
I can make a motion to adopt the schedule of board regular meetings for 2020 calendar year.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, we are good to go with this schedule on the board meetings. Okay, number 12, MUSD 2018 to 2021 strategic goals. I hope so. Thank you. Superintendent, would you help me read this, please?
So our strategic goals for these 3 years are build a culture of we that engages parents, staff, and community partners in supporting student success. Improve communication systems for better outreach to parents, students, and staff. Develop educational pathways that allow students to apply their passion and learning for their future careers. Focus services and support systems to ensure that all students are engaged in their learning and are making social, emotional, and academic gains. Identify creative, student-focused strategies to accommodate student enrollment, growth, and ensure healthy learning environments. And you'll notice that the bolded words help us remember them in shorthand.
Thank you, Superintendent Jordan. All right, moving on to 13, Superintendent's report.
So now is the fun part of the evening. Yes. Yep. And we have our recognitions. So if I could have the board and cabinet come to the front of the dais, we have a number of recognitions tonight. Okay, first, I would like to recognize Councilmember Bob Nunez, who's here actually as a year as Bob Nunez council member or Bob Nunez Family Foundation. Okay, from the Nunez Family Foundation, along with Jill Nunez, and they are presenting a check to Rancho Middle School. And I have our PTA president and our principal of Rancho.
Where's Chris? Even though he said Jill did a much better job than I did last time, I came by anyway.
She did do it better.
So is Bruce here? So I don't see Bruce. So we're gonna go on. I don't know, there's a PTA council meeting in this room every month. And I make as many as I can. And so persons have asked, why do you go to those meetings? And that's because that's where you find out what parents think you really need. And Scott is really a great salesman. Because what he said was, you know, we need a new electronic sign. Not just the sign, electronic sign. And when I asked, I said, well, how much does that cost? And he goes, about $25,000. And so I said, okay, you start collecting dollars and we'll match you. And then after a while he goes, what does that mean? I said, don't wonder about that, just start collecting money. Well, I don't know how many of you know that Casey actually lives around the corner from me. So I went and knocked on his door and said, how much have you collected? Well, he collected a little over half. And so we said we would give $10,000, up to $10,000 towards that sign at the council meeting. And so for the PTSA, here's a check for $10,000. Started with conversation really with Scott. And not just at that meeting, he caught me on the grounds over at the city council meeting. I saw him over here at a number of places. Every time I turned around, he was there. So I do think he remembered what I said. So parents, you have to know that education still is what I remember best. And parents are the best ones to go out and get things for their students that they need at their schools. And so I don't think you'll have enough by January 1st. But I at least wanted you to have the dollars you needed to hopefully get this finished. And I think you have one of the best principals, and it's not just because he's my neighbor, but one of the best principals, and I know that those dollars will go to good use. And I think, if I may, just real quickly, I sort of sat here thinking if we can get done by 7, I promised my wife I would take her out to dinner. And then I thought, oh, I can make 7:15. But then I watched the reorganization. For me, it brought me back to what a team can really do. That looks at what the goals that they are trying to do and the delivery of an exceptional educational program to the citizens here in Milpitas. And if you all have those goals in mind, and I saw the kind and type of teamwork that I would like to see in the city, I just have to tell you, I admire what I saw here today. And Chris, for the year as president, exceptional. You do have, where's she at? Big shoes to fill, but more than competent to do that. And I think that just seeing what I saw today, there's going to be other projects we're going to be able to help you with. And you're going to find that all I have to do is go to that PTA council and I'm going to find them. Because I know up here, with your superintendent, Truman. So thank you very much for letting me take some of your time.
Thanks.
And I know that I stood here with my wife. That's only because I don't want her to say, you know, you really don't have to come anymore. I want to feel like I can do something.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
She really wants to go to dinner.
We're close to that one, guys. So the photo actually has changed a little bit. We're going
Yeah, it's
that
gonna
way.
shift a little this way, guys.
You'll get it.
You know what? I'm getting that in the way. Can we shift, Jonathan? You come here, everybody shift down this way. Yeah, that's good. So I'm getting the.
No worries.
One more, sell your cell phone.
Oh, she's.
Oh, you got it. Oh.
You wanna come over here and shoot it this way? She was taking it the whole time. We were all looking at it. Actually, everybody stay. I like that angle. Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thank you. You're very welcome.
Yeah, you're helpful.
No problem.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much again, Bob and Joe Nunez, and thank you for being our advocates, because you're not advocating necessarily for us, but you're advocating for our kids, which are the people that we serve. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And thank you, Casey and Scott. All right. You might notice we have this new apparatus here. And we are piloting, videotaping our board meetings in a format that will allow us to upload it onto the web so that people can view it at their leisure. And it's kind of a funny angle that you'll see because it's a 360 camera. So you can see the board as well as all of you.
So wave.
So it's a pilot that we're trying out for a few months. All right. So I would like to recognize Coder Dojo. Over the past couple of years, we've recognized some of our Milpitas Unified School District entrepreneurs, service leaders, organizers, CEOs, all under the age of 18. And tonight we get to do that again with Javi Lee and Aniket Tyagi, who are the founders of Coder Dojo. And I know from speaking with Aniket that he is also an inventor and has has a business that he is in the midst of developing, which will improve student learning and teacher feedback. All right, so I'd like to bring Javi and Aniket up. Have a picture? We gotta come this way.
Just photo right here. Yeah, so we got less people.
You want the one line or you want double?
This little word.
And before you sit down, I think you have some of your students, right?
Sure.
And you have some of your students, so if we could have your students from Coder Dojo come up and join us for a photo. And also, let's have your parents, because they support you in this great work that you do.
So you're gonna need a wife.
You gotta go up to the end. You guys gotta get more. Ladies, go in front of these guys. Yes. Same for you, bro. You wanna go over there? Yes. Absolutely.
And then we're all looking this way.
Thank you.
So we're shifted a little bit.
Next, we have our Stallion Science team. And this is a team of people who are working at Kurtner School. So we have a large number of students, parents, and also staff members. And I'd like to invite up Christina Lamb, Valerie Lamb, Amy Law, Christina Ma, Javi Lee, and Lynn Nguyen. Michelle Pham. Oops, I'm sorry,
Oh, those
Michelle, you're the next one, so we won't do Michelle yet. Okay, so these are our stallions, our Stallion Science team. And do we have any other Kurtner members or members of the Stallion team to come up?
Let's go, Kurtner.
Oh, sorry. Lynn is actually not.
She's the curtain.
Sorry,
We're the-
and Jenny Lowe.
You guys are doing this way enough.
Is all you, did you have any more staff here?
Okay, so we gotta shift. 'Cause
Oh,
can't get that.
all right.
And we can,
I saw Chuck.
all right, we ready? 1, 2, 3. You're good, Jonathan.
I know.
Perfect.
Okay. And Liz Hartman. Liz Hartman, stay up.
I think we have one more.
We have an alumni from Kurtner, Lynn Nguyen, and she built a kinder greenhouse for her Eagle project with Girl Scouts. And also, can we have your parents come up to them? Oh, great. Actually. Okay, I'm gonna ask Lynn to explain her project to us.
So basically, for my Gold Award project, I have to find some sort of problem in our society that I could fix. And one of those is lack of organic foods at schools especially. So in order to fix that problem, I decided to build a greenhouse at Kurtner. And in this greenhouse, it's currently growing carrots and lemons. And soon those could be incorporated into the school's curriculum and nutrition, yes.
Can I say something? So our kindergarten classes plan on making stone soup in January with plants that will be fully grown and mature at that point in time. So I'll send an invitation out that anyone is welcome to come and join based upon the work that Lynn's done. She's given 100 students now today, but hundreds of students in the future, the opportunity to learn about how to grow food, life cycles, plants, and just how to like touch the earth and grow things within it. So we are so incredibly blessed to have her as an alumni and to come back and provide that service to demonstrate such leadership to younger students because it inspires future generations. And we're so grateful to her.
Kids read the stone soup story yet? Yeah, that's one of my favorite stories from childhood because it's about bringing community together. And one day we'll have to talk about that. Thank you very much.
You can stay there. You're like,
Have too big of an image, he said.
yeah. Chris, you're hiding a little bit back there. That's impossible. There you go. Perfect.
So happy.
All right, now I'd like to bring up Michelle Pham. Michelle is the lead coordinator of our students at Milpitas High School who are a part of the Pragnia Ally program. Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Michelle. I'm part of Pragnia, even though on the program, on the little paper, it says it's Milpitas Ally program. But yeah, I'm part of Pragnia, which is basically where we work with kids on the autism spectrum. And we basically give them tutoring, or we work with them just to have fun with them. And I know in the email it says to bring your family, but I also wanted to bring up some of my Pragnia family up too. So I wanted to bring up Shreyas and Mrs. Rita and Mrs. I also want to bring up my mom for supporting me.
So to briefly explain what our club does is, right now, for us, we try to work with the really diverse children who are at our school, because we see that in high school society and really in any school society, they're being ostracized, and it's really split between the neurotypical, such as like you and I, and the really diverse. They're being placed into separate classes and have really no chance to integrate themselves back into school society. And that makes it prone to bullying and other emotional stress that they may feel. And us as a club, we're trying to make sure that we at least socialize with them to bring awareness so that people in the future will be more prone to communicate.
So we're gonna look this way.
You got us all, Sean. Come on, smile.
All right. We have a program called Love for Literacy, which began about 2 years ago and 3 years ago, and has grown tremendously from a Saturday, Wednesday program to one that also happens in the summer and throughout the year. And I will let Dr. Greg Barnes tell you a little bit more about it as I bring up the team. And I'd like everybody to know that at our California School Boards Association last week, the program was recognized with a Golden Bell Award. I'm very excited. Dr. Jerry Lopez, Nancy Pass, and am I missing somebody? So if I could have you talk about, if I could have you talk about it.
Sure. As Cheryl mentioned, it began 3 years ago, and I want to publicly acknowledge the phone call from Chris Norwood that helped us start to think about what it would look like to create academically equitable communities. And so we've had the opportunity to work with some of our families who have yet to be in our system, their children, through a number of different activities, whether it's free field trips to different contextual learning opportunities throughout the Bay Area, whether it's the 18-week courses that have been taught by some of our amazing teachers or our summer camp experiences. It really has been a pleasure to work with our families before they get to us. I did quickly, if it's okay, just want to make sure I recognize everyone who has played a role in this program over the last 3 years. So it says Sydney Tang, Melissa Schwartz, Lori Nuno, Fiona Satan, Carrie Clemente, Pamela Campbell, Stephanie Jackson. Those are our educators who have been a part of one of these programs or another. And then, of course, the program wouldn't exist without the contributions of our family members and their students, and of course, the financial contributions of BAPS charities, Milpitas Rotary, Kiwanis, the Public Library, YMCA, and Catholic Charities.
Thank you very much. And we have also these, it takes a team celebrating teamwork pins for you.
You have to wear them every day.
Okay, so let's take a picture and then ask all those organization reps to come up.
On you, and that's you, he's fine.
That's good.
Can you ring it for us? Go, Lindsay, go.
And I'd like to ask our Rotarian, Kiwanians, BAPS, if any of you are here, if you could come up and take a photo with us as well.
Yay.
So we have Tom from Kiwanis, Min from Rotary, Kelly's from Rotary, Hans from Rotary,
You're from Rotary.
and I am,
Thanks.
and Kiwanis, and we have Jonathan in Kiwanis, so it's a lot of us.
And Robert. Come on. What are you doing hiding? Yay, Robert.
Oh, we get to stand by Kwani and food.
Can be both.
Yeah.
I am. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
All right. Next, we would like to recognize our MUSD champion for the month. And in order to be an MUSD champion, besides doing all the championing type of work that helps to meet our strategic goals, you need somebody to nominate you. So before we bring Tabitha Kapler-Hurley up to recognize her as being a champion, Scott has put together this video for us to take a look at.
So I've been in the school district 5 years, and this is my 3rd year teaching here at Calaveras Hills and teaching here. There are a lot of great things about teaching at Cal Hills, but the two best things being the staff and students. The staff here is amazingly talented and genuine, and the students are a lot of fun. They're very genuine, they're very dedicated to getting their diploma, and they're just a great bunch of students to see the big with every day.
So my name is Christian College, and what I really love is this class is that it's lively, unlike any of the teachers I've seen before. They talk to the students about that, they're sharing too.
I'm Alex Ruffles, and I'm part of the because it's just very free.
Well, I hope they pay attention to all my lessons, but if there's only one lesson they take with them, I hope it's that they are in charge of their future and that there are things they can take from their child's experience to help make their future what it is they want it to be. When I'm not here at Cal Hills, my husband and I are blessed to be able to go on worldwide travels. We've been to Turkey, we've been all to different parts of Europe and Puerto Rico and lots of other places. So we love to just go and explore new cultures and new places. Well, it may not be very flashy, but I thought about this question a lot. I think, it's a very English teacher of me, but I would give everybody the ability to read really well. Because I think we all know what an important piece that is for their success. That would be my suggestion.
It's just the music as you walk by.
This is my year, so this is my third year in Colorado Hills, and you've seen here. There are a lot of great things about teaching at Cal Hills, what's the best thing, the staff and students, staff here is amazingly talented and genuine, and the students are a lot of fun, they're really dedicated to getting their diploma.
So now it works.
Yeah, I always talk that way.
One of your many gifts.
Well, Tabitha, would you come on up so we can recognize you as a champion for me? I know we have Daniel here from Cal Hills, and I know that the two of you have done some work together as leaders of the school. And we have Mr. Stice. Can we have the rest of our Cal Hills family up? And while they're coming up, would you like to say anything?
I just want to say thank you for this great award. It was sort of a surprise. Thank you. This is my 5th year in Milpitas Unified, and it's been a joy. So I really enjoy having, it's kind of fun to have my students right here next to me, parents and staff members, really enjoying Cal Hills. So if you guys ever get a chance to come visit, it's a place you will not believe. It is really an amazing school. I think 6 districts and 4 different high schools in my career, and this is by far the best one. So I invite you to come and experience it for yourself. Thank you.
You got it?
You good?
I got one more. Perfect.
Thank you.
Also, under my report, I would like to share with the board, at our last board meeting, we discussed some policy changes as well as a new policy, and the new policy was on censure. And if the board would recall, we gave Mr. Sy the opportunity to submit his thoughts about the censor policy before looking at the policy and then doing a second reading and adopting it. So he sent this to me and I received it this morning. I want to share it with the board. And then at our January 14th meeting, we will talk about the censure policy. We'll talk about the censure policy and do a second reading and following what the board's direction is on that policy.
So you're saying that the next board meeting, what are we gonna do again?
At the next board meeting, we will have the censure policy. It'll be the opportunity for the board to discuss then, and you'll have Mr. Sai's thoughts about the censure policy. So at that point, then you can talk about it and make a determination on the censure policy on that night. But we can't discuss it tonight because it's not on the board. But I told Mr. Sai I would make sure that I give it to all of you, so I'm giving it to you now.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's move on to item 14, the superintendent's executive cabinet reports.
What was that?
Joseph and the
Did they do a green card?
Did you do a green card?
We'd like a copy.
We would like just like a copy
Oh,
of the comments.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Item 14, the cabinet's report. Superintendent Jordan.
Okay, let's start with our principal of Cal Hills for his principal report, Mr. Carl Seiss.
Hello.
What's that?
Can you hear up the video?
The video?
In just a minute, we're gonna show you a video of some students that put this together to quickly give you an idea of Cal Hills and sort of the flavor of this year. I'd like to have all of our members who came, we're gonna present as a team, so Daniel.
Hi, good afternoon, my name is Jerome Wada. This is my first year at Calaveras Fields High School, and this place has proves to be beneficial.
That's the one. Give me just a minute.
I'm sorry, Carl.
That's all right, no problem. So I'm Carl Seiss, the principal. This is Jonathan Kane. Jonathan is our counselor. We have Miss Kay, who just received an award as well. And we have actually a former student, Victor Mendoza. We have a parent, Miss Vasquez. We have other parents over here, Miss Belknap, Mr. and Mrs. Belknap. And we have Madison Belknap, who's gonna help us present as well. And this is actually gonna go fairly quickly. You'll be amazed at how quickly we do this. We did have 2 other students here, but they are featured in our video. And so without further ado, before you hear from any live students, we're gonna watch our video.
Hi, good afternoon, my name is Jerome Wada. This is my first year at Calaveras Fields High School, and this place has proved to be beneficial for me and has inspired me to do much better in school. Like, it helped me get off of my feet from my prior school, and that's really helpful because now I have the feeling of doing work and actually finishing it at my own pace. That's my learning style. And the learning system here is really good because you have all of the people supporting you in everything, especially the teachers and students.
Hi, my name is Celia Thomas, and I'm a vice president of the BSU here at Cal Hills. And one way I became a leader at Cal Hills was by helping Cal Hills start with BSU. The BSU Black Student Union is an organization that helps and supports Black students have a voice here on campus. Some things we want to incorporate to the club are some things like field trips, fundraisers, Black history, and just a welcoming environment Black students can call family. One goal I have for the future is to attend an HPC.
Hi, my name is Adriana. I'm a senior at Cal Hills. When I first started high school, I was getting into trouble and didn't have any meals. I was in a student future. I now go to Cal Hills and I'm graduating 6 months early and attending SBDC for medical system. I appreciate the education system we have at our school because the teachers really pay attention to you and help push you further to reach your goals. I'm excited to start the next chapter in my life, helping people. I now started to join my school donating jackets, blankets, and umbrellas to us. And I hope to donate more and help out throughout the rest of my life.
Hey, I'm Kiki. I'm a senior. This is my second year at Cal Hills. I'm also the student council president. I chose to run for president because I felt I could bring different elements and dimensions to the position. I'm supportive, kind, and always smiling. I stay out of drama and I maintain a GPA of 3.0 or higher. My future goals are to graduate, get my license, build a better family relationship, and go to Deanza in the fall. Okay, hello, my name is Raisa Ernst. My name means chief, leader, and princess. This is one reason I decided to run for vice president at Cal Hills. I knew this would be something I would excel in. I am also part of student council. One thing we are working on in student council is creating a VSG for Cal Hills, which I will be president of. My short-term goals after high school is going to cosmetology school to get my license to do hair. And my long-term goal is to open up my own salon with the services of hair, nails, lashes, and skin.
All right. And then we have two students here with us who are going to present next. And so I would like to have Daniel Holding first. Actually, we're going to have Madison first. I apologize. So Madison Belknap is a senior at our school and will be graduating this year. Madison.
Hi. So, one of the questions that Mr. Jesse gave to me was, what is my participation at SBCTE and what do I plan with my future with SBCTE? First, I'd like to say, before I came to Cal Hills, I attended Milpitas High, and when I started out in high school, I was great, and then I started going downhill because it got very stressful, but since I transferred to Cal Hills last year, in the last quarter, everything has been so smooth and everything has been so nice. I could go at my own pace, and the teachers are a lot more supportive, so it's been really easy for me to be able to get back into the focus of what I want to do with my future and being able to get my stuff done right. So my participation at SBCTE lies within the veterinary science class. Ever since I was a little girl, I have always wanted to be a vet. My mom had asked me multiple times throughout probably every 2 or 3 years. She'd say, what would you want to be when you grow up? And I'd say different things, and I'd always come back to being a vet. So being able to go to SBCTE is a great opportunity for me because it's a hands-on learning experience, and it also gives me a kind of really a glimpse of what a real clinic would look like, because someday in the far future, I would hope to own a vet clinic of my own. I would mainly like to focus more on large animals like horses, or cows, or kind of livestock animals. But this class can really help me with what I want to take for my future. I also just want to say I love going to SBCTE because it's such a phenomenal class, and the environment that it's set in really helps me on my motivation, and it helps me to get my work done because I can really focus on what I want to do, and they support me in what I want to do, and it's very useful and helpful for me. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Daniel. You guys know me already because I sit on the board, as student representative as well. And I just wanted to say as well that Cal Hills actually helped me succeed in like every way possible towards achieving my goals. When I first came to Cal Hills, I heard a lot of misconceptions and everything like that. But once you start going to Cal Hills, it's like a way better experience. Like you can go at your own pace, like everyone else was saying, and it's just a different way of learning because the teachers are more, one-on-one with you. And I even started taking college classes at the extension right down here, and I already earned 6 credits. Today was actually my last day of my other second class, and then I'm starting Deanza in 2020 of January next year because I'm graduating early within the next 2 weeks. And it's Cal Hills kind of helped me, figure out what I want to do in life as well, because I had Miss Augustine's class, because I was actually a part of her e-bike team. If most of you guys already know that, I think. But I was part of her e-bike team, and I was the president of that club, and we basically built an e-bike. And got to go a certain speed and competed and won a couple of achievements there. And I just want to say overall, Cal Hills is like the spot for opportunity and success. And I just want to thank Mr. Stice and Mr. Payne and everyone that supports me there. And thank you guys as well. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. And we have one more special person here. Marcos Anales is a former Cal Hills student and now is the full-time custodian here on campus of the district office. So he's going to briefly say a few words as well.
Hello. If you do not know who I am Marcos Ornelas, a full-time custodian here at the district office. I currently serve as a classified representative on the school site council, where we discuss plans for the school and get input from students, parents, and staff. I also am a graduate of Calaveras Hills High School in 2014 and appreciate the opportunities that this school gave to me when I was a student here, and also the opportunities it gives the students who are currently here. The teacher and the staff at Cal Hills really care about these students and will do many different things to help them succeed. I just thought the board should know about my experience, which has been a positive one, both as a student and now as an employee. Thank you.
My name is Jonathan Payne. I'm the counselor at Calaveras Hills. One thing I just wanted to say, I think Mr. Marcos and the students here kind of speak to just the environment at Cal Hills. You know, you have a former student that now works here as a custodian. You have two students, one will graduate early and another that will continue on with SBCT. And I think that's really what it's all about. I had kind of wrote something, but I just kind of want to go off the fly just based on what you see here from the students. That's really what the environment is about at Cal Hills. For me, being my first year, I think it's a blessing being here because they have a lot of programs that a lot of alternative schools do not have. You know, you have 3 engineering programs that's at Cal Hills. They have the opportunity to participate in the FLY program. They have the opportunity to be able to go to various field trips that a lot of alternative schools, especially growing up in Oakland, they did not have the opportunities to do. So I think the students of Cal Hills are very blessed to have these opportunities, and they take advantage of them, as Daniel showed, that once they give them a chance, they will be able to excel. I think also one thing at Cal Hills that's very important is that if you're at Cal Hills and for whatever reason, certain students might not excel. If they don't, we have other opportunities for them. We have the San Jose Conservation Corps. We also have OIA, and we also have adult ed. So we want to be able to pass the students along if they aren't able to be successful at Cal Hills. We don't want to just hand them off without seeing that they do well wherever they go. So we want to stay in tune with them to make sure they're able to finish their studies. Also here at Cal Hills, I think it's a blessing that the students are able to be able to see this a great environment. It's like a family environment at Cal Hills. And I think that me being able to see it firsthand here has been a blessing for me. And I just wanted the board members to be able to see that too. Thank you for being able to listen to me.
Okay, I have some data for you guys, but I'm not going to actually verbally go on anymore and share that. So I'll just provide you copies of the handouts that I've prepared. I want to save some time for any questions that you might have for any of our panel.
Would you mind, Mr. Sykes, just telling us what the data is that you're just what the subject matter is?
Absolutely. So the data shows that we've basically, just go through it really quick. The data shows that we've increased our attendance rate from the 16-17 year at 80%, 17-18, 82%, 18-19, 91.4%. And so far this year, we have a 94% attendance rate.
And you wanted to just give that to us in a piece of paper?
And then as well,
seriously, you wanted to give that to us on a piece of paper? That's amazing. Because I will just tell you, while you were sitting here and I was listening to all the people, in the back of my mind, I was thinking, I pray that they do not walk away without telling me something about attendance.
Right.
And for you to bury that underneath, when you know all the different things the kids go through at Cal Hills, to inspire them to want to be on that campus, to be at 94%. How long have you been there?
How long have I been at Cal Hills? This is my 6th year.
And that data reflects, you being there on a continuous basis, the number continues to rise. So I understand the heartfelt approach. I understand the appreciation that you have for the students and the hiring of the staff. But at the end of the day, which I've heard repeatedly by the executive cabinet and teachers and leaders in the district, that if the kids aren't there.
You're absolutely right. And we just partnered, and thank you, Mr. Norwood, that's extremely important. We just partnered and have had Enrique Flores. We used some pot of money CSI funds, hired him to work one-on-one in student engagement practices with our students over the last month. Unfortunately, his last day will be on Friday officially, but he has agreed to come back and work with us actually pro bono in the future because he really connected with our environment, with a lot of our students. And I don't know how much you've gotten to talk to Enrique Flores, but he is phenomenal. And so we're really pleased. Norma made that connection for us, and we're really pleased to have that. And that's really gonna, I think, push the aspects of student engagement. The other piece I would mention really quickly is we had a big focus on increasing our academic rigor this year. It almost seems not contradictory, but it seems like quite a task to try to increase your attendance rate at the same time you're increasing academic rigor in your classrooms. We implemented 3 different avid strategies across the board that have to do with students developing their voice, their academic voice, doing a lot more presentations, and doing something called philosophical chairs, where they argue different points of a controversial question. That, I think the increase in engagement has actually also helped our attendance.
Awesome.
Now, I don't think Mr. Stice is hiding or just wanted to give that piece of paper. He's waiting to bring you and the board, the golden bell.
And also, Carl and Jonathan and Daniel and Madison and Marcos and Tabitha and everybody I can't see from Cal Hills. I just want you to know how grateful, proud, and excited I am about the work that's going on at Cal Hills. 3 years ago, we pushed to have Next Flex, and kids and teachers stepped up to the challenge. Now you have engineering, you have Project Lead the Way, you have robotics, you have students who are leaders, you have students who are interns, you have students who are taking ownership of their learning environment through the Safe Schools Role Model Program and the Challenge Day, and you've really raised and increased the reputation of Cal Hills so that it is not what a typical continuation school might be. And I know from having started my career here in Milpitas at Russell and Cal Hills that these 5 years, these last few years in particular, with the work that your team has done, it is a reminiscence of what it was like when it had great leaders in the beginning. And that would be Mr. Fleming Madsen, Mr. Paul Parati, and some of the other greats that we have. And I know you are at that level. So thank you.
If you have any questions on any of the documents that I passed you, please let me know or email me.
Thank you, Mrs. Stice.
Thank you, Mark.
Superintendent.
Okay, let's start this time with learning and development. Ms. Norma Rodriguez, our assistant superintendent.
Well, thank you, Superintendent Jordan, Board President, Madam President, and Board and Executive colleagues and public. It gives me a pleasure to announce that the California dashboard is going to be released this week. The dashboard is basically a state's report card for the districts and the schools. And this week and last week I've had the pleasure of attending a total of 3 school site council meetings. And I have been discussing with them the importance of the dashboard in terms of informing not only the LCAP but the CIFSA. And very good conversations. Today I was at Spangler. And I look forward to attending all of the school site council meetings by the end of hopefully January, February. The other thing that I wanted to inform the board is that we started the Saturday Academy, Saturday School last Saturday, even though it was a rainy day. It was a great pleasure to welcome our parents to the school. And they were very grateful for us to give the students this opportunity. We are hosting Saturday School and Saturday Academy at Weller and Randall, and we will start at MHS this Saturday. We are also, I want to commend Director Kusunoki, who has worked arduously trying to recruit teachers, and we have a team working, and as well as some of the administrators who are helping us out as well. We are planning on collecting hard evidence, hard data, and we are planning on bringing to the board at the end of the summer, not the summer, but at the end of the academic year, towards the end, really our evaluation of the impact of the Saturday Academy.
Norma,
Yes?
can you explain what those Saturday classes are for?
Yes, so the Saturday Academy, we are using Title I monies to target Title I students who are 2 or more years below. And at the same time, because we already have teachers there and administrators, we are saying Saturday School is targeting our students who have been absent, who have had at least 3 or more absences, so that we can do a ADA recoup and make up the work that they've missed. So that's what it is. So we're really tracking the attendance, and we're also not tracking, I would say we are monitoring the attendance, and we are also monitoring the progress that the students are making, so that we can make a good evaluation of the impact. And we will bring that report to you. And I wanted to commend Cal Hills for the outstanding work that they've done in terms of really doing a self-study of where they are and creating a theory of action, and from there, basically a PLP, which is Professional Learning Plan. And last Monday, last Tuesday, a week ago, we had our second institute where we brought the instructional leadership teams to create and revisit their theory of action that they had created during the summer. We had an institute for a cohort of 6 schools, and we did a mid-year review, and we will be doing an end of the year as well. That will conclude the institute. So this is the work that you see that Mr. Stice shared with us. This is the work that the other 6 schools who participated in the cohort have created. And that's it for my report, and I think I was under my 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Branson from HR, are you going to be in the 3 minutes?
I will show up, Ms. Rodriguez, how to do it under his brief.
All right.
It's always great to go visit our schools. Madam President, congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
And representing us so elegantly as you do on a daily basis. I sit on 2 councils representing Milpitas at the Santa Clara County Office for all HR directors. And I haven't mentioned that in the past, but I'm only doing so to, well, it helps if you turn the mic on. I spoke loudly, but now it's even better, right? But I sit on 2 councils representing Milpitas. I represent Milpitas, and I chair the Santa Clara County Office of Education for all HR personnel folks from around the county. And it's intriguing how we get to learn more about the new laws that are coming in the state of California, but also how we can share best practices with each other. I also represent Milpitas on the Sacramento County School Insurance Group Board, where we just nominated a new executive director to help us secure the best packages we can for benefits for our district. And it was a pleasure to serve pancakes. I think I turned probably 300 of them over on Saturday last week. And because I got really good at it, I'm going to try to help Curtner out this Saturday with their first ever Holidays with the Heart. And congratulations, shout out to our football team. It was great to see 2 playoff wins here and on the road in overtime. And then they went all the way down to Fresno and did it again, except they did it in regulation. And then this Saturday, 6 o'clock here in our stadium, we play for the Division IV state championship. There's no reason for the Milpitas not to be in the house. That's it, victory.
You meant Santa Clara County?
Did I say?
You said Sacramento.
Oh, gosh, I used to live in that area. Santa Clara is where it's at.
Thanks, just clarifying for the record.
Thank you.
And Ms. Wendy Zhang, our Assistant Chief of Business Services.
Okay, thank you. Well, congratulations, Han, for your nomination again. I have 3 reports tonight. First, I would like to share today, I had a great opportunity to work with Norma, actually visited a couple classrooms at Randall and also observed their lunch serving. It was a very interesting experience, and we had a good discussions after that. Not only me today had an opportunity to visit the classrooms, our other classified directors also visit some other classroom at a different school site. I think this is a really good practice for us to do, because for most of the classified employees and the managers, we're not teachers, but this gave us a great opportunity to observe what's happening in classroom and see how we can better support them. Second report is from our maintenance operation department. This past couple weeks, they worked really hard to deliver the boxes to school site to pick up for Jack Emery Drive. And they delivered the box and also they pick up the donations. And Brian kept telling me this coming Tuesday is their last pickup. So school site, if you're ready, and call MOT. My last report is, yesterday we had a good meeting with San Jose City College Extension. That is our partner that located in Milpitas. And this is our kind of first sort of meeting operationally to get together, to get connected with our partner and to see if there are any operation issues. And it turns out we don't have much issues, and it's a great partnership working together. And we're also looking for maybe future opportunities and explore some opportunities we can work together again. And it was a great conversation to start with. So that's all my report.
Thank you, Wendy. So we're moving on to item 15, the board group agreements. The board group agreements are provided for the board's ready reference as a reminder of our conduct as elected officials. So it is on the monitor if the community would like to follow that. So moving on to item 16, board communications requests. We will start with Daniel.
Hello, I'm back again.
Back in.
I just want to say congratulations on your nomination as well. And so some stuff that's been going on at Cal Hills is you've seen the video, the clothing and blanket drive that's going on. So it's kind of getting people around these like cold holidays, donating like jackets and blankets to the people that need it the most, like the homeless, or we go to the shelters and deliver them. And that was actually brought up by one of our students in the video that actually came up with that, which is another good thing. And then me and Kush have been going back and forth about the group we put together. And Kush actually went to San Diego, which he'll probably tell you more about, and which I missed the email, sadly. But I'm gonna list 4 things that he came up with to like implement, and then he's gonna name this last 4. And then also Timothy is actually here. He's also in my group. I added him in the group as well. And I'm also getting some more people, and Kush is getting more people from Milpitas High. But I'm just gonna go on the list of 4. So first you have to collect data, like demographics and everything like that. And then interview students, talk to the advisory and come up with ideas, and then create a group or plan. So I already started creating some of the groups because we wanted to get we wanted to target different areas because we wanted to put a whole like video and also a bunch of evidence and facts together, like Mr. Norwood was saying. And then Kush will go on with the last four.
Thank you, Daniel. Good.
Alright, I'd just like to say congratulations as well as on your nomination. Alright, so before I get to that, I have a lot of things to say in my report. So the first thing is at our school, the Jack Emery Drive ends tomorrow. So our minor goal was to collect 20,000 cans. So we already reached that today. So for that, our reward is we get a 1-hour lunch. And we still have tomorrow to collect 1,800 more cans to reach our major goal. And if we reach that, then we get 1-hour lunch with food trucks. So hopefully we reach that because I'd be excited for that. And we, just like Cal Hills, we also have a clothing drive where students can donate like clothes and like shoes and stuff like that. And then we are donating half of the clothes that we receive to the Milpitas community and another half to countries in Southeast Asia that are in need. So now for the big part of my report, which is, so I went to the CSBA student board rep workshop at San Diego last Friday on December 6th. So for that, I went through 4 different sessions that day. So I'm just gonna quickly summarize what I learned in each of those sessions. So in the first session, I learned that before you start anything that you do, you want to figure out why you're doing that one thing, because if you figure out the why, then everything that, like all your other what's, like what you want to do, all that becomes much more clear and easier to follow up through with. And then you also put in a lot more effort because you know why you're doing it now. And another thing that I learned from that session is that it is important to speak up within your campus and collect as many opinions as you can on your students' voices, because I learned that the role as a student board rep, one of the major things is that you are the connection between your school and the board, and your school depends on you to get their ideas out to the community or like to the board if they can't do it themselves. And then I also learned that a lot of people like to work individually on things, but a group effort is much better because you get diverse ideas on what to do, and then you are a lot more productive. And then for the second session, I learned different roles of the school board in general. So that gave me like a new perspective on like what you guys do and what I do as well. And one thing that I'm proud to share is that a lot of other districts seem to have like conflicts between the communications and relationships between the staff and the board. But I've noticed that our board has like a really nice connection with the staff and other teachers like in all of the campuses. So that just made me really proud to hear that we are actually doing really good on that. And another thing that I learned from that session are the different rights of the school board member. So like the rights to like have like the first opinion on a certain idea that we're voting for, or we also have like the option to make a motion in second, I think. And yeah, that's just something I learned from there. And then our third session was a keynote where the major lesson that we learned was that even if the odds are completely against you, if you put your mind to it and if you put your mind to anything, then you can accomplish whatever you want. And that's something really important because many times we get discouraged from doing what we want to, but now we know that it's always possible to accomplish whatever you want. And the person that gave that presentation based it off on a whole story of his son that was actually going through autism, but then he actually ended up making his own animation film. So that was nice. And then the last session that I went to was a breakout session where in each section of the room, there are posters put up on different issues that go on at the school board. So me and Daniel and I already started on an anti-vaping project, and then there was one section that said drugs on it. So I thought that would relate to our anti-vaping program. So then I went to that section, and then I actually got a lot of input from the people that were over there on what they want to do at their campuses, and I also shared out on what I wanted to do at our campus. So then we were able to create an 8-step plan on what to do. So Daniel already showed the first 4 steps. So I will share the last 4, which are, so after you have like collected all the data and on like who is being affected by drugs, and you interview students on like their knowledge of the uses of drugs and how it negatively affects them. And then you talk to like your advisory and come up with like different ideas on what you can do, and they're just there to like give you advice on how you can properly utilize resources. And then you can create like your own student group and like committee type of thing and then form a structured plan. And then step 5 is we can present like that structured plan to the board, which is you guys, and then you guys can give us like different inputs on how we can optimally utilize our resources that we have. And our 6th step was we could collaborate with our student councils or ASBs at our schools or like leadership programs so that they could help like publicize and raise awareness of the effects of drug usage. And then the 7th step, which is very crucial, is to talk to the elementary schools and middle schools, not just the high schools, but also the younger generation, because it's easier and better to stop the thought of even having to use drugs from a younger age so that they don't ever get influenced by it at high school. And our last step is to actually educate the teachers on different ways of drug usage, because a lot of the students over there said that their students are coming up with creative ways to like sneak in drugs during class and stuff, and teachers are unaware of it. Like there was this one instance where a student like managed to get a drug in the form of a USB or something like that, so the teacher didn't notice, and then they were able to do whatever they wanted. So if we just educate teachers on different ways that students are managing to do this, then we could also prevent it that way. And yeah, that's it.
Very good report. You're wrong though. That's good. That's good. Thank you, Coach. Michael?
Wow, so, where do I begin? It's been a busy time. Morning of the 5th, I got up at 5 and had a 7 a.m. flight to San Diego, so I could be there for the morning sessions at the conference. There was really a lot to take in and a lot to process, and I'm still processing that. As I guess was shared, I did incorporate some of those thoughts from that conference into this reflection on the board group agreements, because I saw there was a section about board group agreements, and it was called Board Group Agreements, Horror Story or Love Story. And to me, that's pretty interesting because it shows that it may seem like just board group agreements, but there can be a very wide range of outcomes that are shaped by how these agreements are written, interpreted, and acted upon. And you can do it the right way and it becomes a love story, or the wrong way and it becomes a horror story. And we need to acknowledge that there's a possibility for in both directions. So thank you, Cheryl, for sharing this message, and I guess we can talk more about that later. There are just so many sessions, and I was really inspired by the story by Ron Sustein about his son with autism and all the challenges there. And there are very many lessons from it. I wrote a few down. One thing I'd like to share is leaders take people where they want to go. Great leaders take people where they don't want to go, but where they ought to be. And another one, they were quoting Winnie the Pooh, but it was pretty profound. I get to where I am going by walking away from where I am now. On changing things, he said, if we're just approving mostly the same plan this year as we did last year, it's not good enough. Be the force that drives change. Today may already be too late for some of our students, but today may be all we have. Those are some of my thoughts on the conference.
Good. Thank you, Michael. Kelly?
Yeah, so it was a great experience at the school board conference, and what I took away from there, I will share with you a few things. One of the things that talked about was mental health. I know that our students are number one focus, but also teachers and our staff members, they also need some mental health service. They need to be able to help themselves in order to help others. Okay, and then I was interested in the be prepared current issues impacting board policies. And SB 188, they're gonna have this discrimination on hair texture and hairstyles, because that's also associated with race. And then AB 272, the district can limit or prohibit students from using smartphones while at school. And some exceptions is emergencies, IEP situations, and medical situations. And I went to the Brown Act as well. And one of the things that I never really thought about was a lot of the Brown Act stuff we talked in closed sessions, but let's say we like something on social media, it may be okay, but let's say somebody's opinion, or you're taking a polling on a controversial issue, well, you're sharing, what your thoughts and what to everybody, and also to your board members. So that's Brown Act violation there. So that's something that I took away from that.
Okay, thank you. Vice President Logan.
Thank you, Madam President. Needless to say, the last 2 weeks have been extremely busy. We had the opportunity to celebrate Thanksgiving before we went to the CSBA conference, and there's plenty of things for all of us to be thankful for. As I reflect on the last 2 weeks of activities, I will start with the items that are not connected to CSBA. I had the opportunity to attend both of the CCS, or both of the high school football games, as Jonathan referred to, where Milpitas, for the first time in its history, won the CCS championship for the football program, and then also it won the Northern California championship. So we have the opportunity this year to win 3 championships: CCS, Northern California, and the state championship. I attended the Rotary this past Monday and did a presentation with the superintendent on the state of the district, and other data points related to the district, to the community, to make sure that there isn't any misinformation disseminated. I'm also attending the PTA meeting last night at Machos Elementary School, talking about the future of their campus and the projected timeline of its completion. I attended the cultural sensitivity community discussion with teachers and administrators and classifieds yesterday. At the CSBA conference, over the 3 days, I had the opportunity, because I have previous experience, to take in somewhere between 30 minutes to 45 minutes of the following sessions. Engaging students in a world of uncertainty. Engage, inform, communicate, and transform. These are both how to transform and work with school district communities. Parent engagement in diverse communities, where you have a community that is multilingual, you have different cultures coming together for the first time, and how do you get a chance to understand them all effectively in terms of being an effective school district. I also attended the Eastside Alliance and the Silicon Valley Education Foundation district collaborations, where districts leverage resources between one another so they can reduce costs and provide more student services. Avid Elementary, what does college look like for elementary school students? And talked about providing them opportunities to understand what college was about, how it could further their education, and also let them know that it is an option or an opportunity, but it doesn't have to be the only option. Also attended a presentation on student wellness. They talked about how at our high schools and our middle schools, even some of our elementary schools, that they are now coming up with student wellness centers, where they usually have the health clerk for the nurse, but they're converting them into wellness centers on behalf of the students. And finally, the middle college high school presentation. As Wendy had mentioned, we have a strong relationship with San Jose City College, and we're moving in a direction that we'll be able to provide a middle college high school to our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Norwood. Well, I was there with all the board members and superintendent. Kelly and I ran from one session to the next session just to see if we can learn more. We attended over 10 sessions in total, but I have one that I really want to share. That was the Black Educators Luncheon that I attended. So in there, information was disseminated showing many of the African American, including scientists, inventors, researchers, who had obtained extraordinary achievements in their field, but their contributions was not acknowledged or went into the history books. I think it is worthwhile for us to do more profound researches and check for the veracity of the information to make changes correctly that reflect the achievement and contributions of those individuals. I truly believe that the acknowledgement, the honoring of the people like Superintendent Jordan, started and continue to do every board meeting to the people who contributed to the culture, to science, literature, and arts, to enrich our American values. We will encourage our young students in their studies, in their researches and inventions. So that's my takeaway along with all the board members on what we've learned. And not only that, I think it was a great bonding between board members. We share moments that we don't usually share here in the board meeting. And I'm looking forward to the next bonding time with the board and the superintendent. Thank you. All right, so we should move on to reports. Superintendent Jordan, on 17A, adult education.
So I have asked Juliana, Principal of Adult Ed, to give us background on programs and funding sources for adult education. And you'll see that that ties into a piece of Wendy's budget. And then Juliana will come back on January 14th and she will give to the board budget plan.
I'm sorry, Juliana, can I interrupt you for 2 minutes? Because Mingo sent this card in and he has 2 minutes to speak and I what we are looking at. But Superintendent, you're supposed to remind me.
Learning experience, right? My name is Mingo, resident of Milpitas. I just wanted to speak as far as our student board representatives and Daniel and Kush, just hearing the updates from where you started in August to where you're at today is just a phenomenal improvement. For you, Kush, as far as going to the conference, internalizing what it means to be a great community leader, that foundation that you need to pull community together is just phenomenal. That you're taking so many notes. You're going to be a phenomenal community leader as you continue to go. And Daniel, even though you missed the conference, you got Kush to lean on to get those cliff notes from that standpoint. And it's a reminder to the entire board. A young student leader picking up on these little tidbits. It's just a reminder of how we want to operate as a unified school board as we continue to push and move the school district forward. So again, I just wanted to come up and really congratulate the both of you and continue success with what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite you back again, sorry.
So good evening, everybody. Thanks. So I'm Juliana Brahim, principal of Milpitas Adult Ed, and Aven Magaña, our assistant principal. And we are both here to do part one on the MUSD Adult Ed AIR and correction sites. So before we begin, I would like to congratulate Ms. Lien on behalf of Adult Ed for being the president of the board elected for this year. And thank all our board for their support to Adult Ed. Also, we want to thank the cabinet and the board for allowing us the opportunity to do this presentation in two parts, as it is very important to frame the conversation for when we come back in January 14th to talk about the budget specifically for Adult Ed at the correctional facility. Our presentation today is tied up with the 3 strategic goals of the LCAP as they relate to instruction, quality of our teachers, access to opportunities, and definitely making our adult learners who are learners at risk the focus of our work. On this slide number 1, we wanted to highlight that the landscape of adult education continues to change nationwide and also through the state. And as they jokingly say, we're building the plane as we're flying it. So there's so many changes going on that we also always have to catch up on one or the other. There have been many different changes to the K-12 system that also help us for Adult Ed. But we would like to remind everybody that Adult Ed is a program that has to sustain itself, and we don't necessarily have the ability to collect or tap into other funds from the district. Milpitas Adult Ed is an active member of the South Bay Consortium of Adult Education, and this is a state-imposed mandate for the community colleges and 5 adult schools to work together. There is equal representation between the adult schools and the community colleges. And I don't know if we can have a chance to click on the link, please. Thank you. So in the organizational chart of the consortium, it's very clear that there is an equal representation and work collaboration between the adult schools and the community colleges. There's the co-chairs of both systems. There is faculty working on both systems. There is Senate and union representation under a strategy or a new implementation that's called Consultation Council that brings back information from the adult schools and the community colleges to their own schools and districts. The South Bay Consortium of Adult Education focuses on 7 different projects: basic skills, adults with disabilities, CTE, ESL, and apprenticeship. And we are consortium number 51 of 71. Thank you, Scott. So we're here today because we wanted to delineate for the board and the public what is the funding that comes to Adult Ed. The funding that comes for Adult Ed corrections are in 2 different sources. The WIOA funding under Title II for the Adult Education Family Literacy Act that involves ESL, Adult Basic Education, High School Equivalency Diploma, and Adult Secondary Education. Also, the ADA funding is very important in corrections, and that is like in the K-12 system, seat time.
Juliana, what is WIOA?
Oh, I'm sorry. WIOA is the WIOA. It's the grant is the Workforce Innovative Opportunity Act. And before being WIOA, it was only WIA, which was Workforce Investment Act. So in 2000, after 2014, the Department of Education and the Department of Labor came together to make the WIOA grant funds to do education and transition the adult learners into the workforce.
Thank you.
Thank you. WIOA is also the funding that goes through WIOA. It is in the form of performance-based funding. That means that students make achievements that are called at the end of the school year payment points. And a payment point involves a process that is registering a student, placing the student in the correct level, giving a pre-test, instruction, and a post-test. So the pre and the post-test is what will make a payment point for the student. Throughout this process of implementation of the payment points, the students make benchmarks. And those benchmarks, for example, a student that does ESL and gets an educational funding level up is making already a benchmark. And if they go to adult basic education, it's another benchmark. And if they achieve a high school diploma, it is another benchmark on top of that. So benchmarks and payment points that are as a result of data collection, pre and post testing, and making sure that we are capturing all that information. Would you like to say anything additional to payment points?
The payment points also fluctuate, so each year it depends on that pool in that grant, the WIOA grant. So if they open it up for a competition, the pool can become larger, which means the funding smaller. So each payment point could be reduced. So for example, when someone graduates with a high school diploma or high set, currently it's about $560 per payment point for that particular initiative. So it does vary. And I wanted to add a little bit to our source of funding, because our WIOA and ADA, we know those are what I call a little bit fluid because they are performance-based and also attendance-based. But our CAPE funding is our solid funding. And that is, CAPE is our California Adult Education Program. Used to be called AEBG, or Adult Education Block Grant. Prior to that, it was based on a 708 ADA funding. That's our baseline funding. And that was called apportionment. So that's our most solid source of funding. All of these different funding sources, how we're different in adult ed is that all of our salary and benefits for all of our staff come from our budget, which is definitely different. So we want to make sure that you're aware of those pieces as well.
Amen.
Yes.
The funding source is different. Could you explain different from what?
Oh, I'm sorry. From the general fund. So we're not part of the general fund. Just these particular areas, WIOA, ADA for corrections, and also California Adult Education Program. Those are only sources of funding unless we are lucky enough to have a local grant or apply for something else or someone donates. So, but all of our, as mentioned, personnel costs come from our budget. So anytime there's a raise or anything that happens does directly affect our budget. So I just want to make sure folks are aware of the difference where with general fund, maybe at a school site, you're given some money for like soft money to hire a few people in different positions, but our difference is it's all of our money for personnel. I hope that answers that.
Yeah. And before we go into the next slide, we wanted to focus a little bit on the average daily attendance. especially in the jail. So as you can imagine, the jail is a very restrictive setting where many things can happen. So if we are supposed to be there for 3 hours and a lockdown happens and we need to remove the teacher, instead of collecting 3 hours, we would only be collecting 1 and or 2 hours. And to give you a better idea of what is an ADA in correctional education, 525 hours of instruction equals 1 ADA. And the CDE can fluctuate how much is allocated per ADA. And last year, 1 ADA was $1,768, and this year it has gone down. So 525 hours of instruction in any of our classes equals to 1 ADA. In 1 ADA unit, as we will see in the next slide, is $1,768. The programs that are covered for both the WIO and the CAPE, I don't think we can see very clearly that there is a distinction between a maroon and a green. And the maroon are the funding sources for adult education programs at corrections, and the green ones are for adult education at the AIR site. So those are the 5 programs that are covered through funding from the state and the federal. Any questions on this slide?
It looks like then that one easy way to discern it is that corrections is dependent upon the average daily attendance for its base, and non-corrections adult ed, like at our air site, is dependent upon the
CAPE funding. That is correct. Okay. But both sites have 2 different sources, however, being the main ones, the ones that you have shared.
So we were gonna explain a little bit about number 4 and number 5, because those may look different to you guys. So number 4 is what we call our EL Civics. So there are additional assessments that we give students. And the focus for that is for ELA students to be able to have civic engagement. So, learn, how do I talk to the doctor about my illness? Or how do I call 911? Or what do I do in an emergency? So those are what we call our EL Civics assessments. And we actually give instruction on that within our classrooms and then give an additional assessment. With those, we do receive payment points as well, as long as the students pass, of course. And then on number 5, integrated English literacy and civic education, that focuses more on the career pathway. So career pathway for an ELA student. So what we're doing is we create these career pathways in conjunction with our college partners or other adult schools. And we give the students an opportunity to be involved in that. So an example would be our ECE program. We do have ESL students who have transitioned or have been co-enrolled and then transitioned into work as well. And the other piece to that is our workforce preparation that we give to all of our ESL students so that they can become familiar with get a better job, become familiar with the skills needed to do that. And we give them those opportunities as well to hopefully segue into that better position or possibly into college as well. But the focus here is really on career for our ESL students. And again, we also get payment points for that as well.
And to add to the IET, which is the Integrated English Literacy Training, the consortium is working very, very hard to make sure that our ESL students have the opportunity to get engaged and to choose career clusters. So we will be teaching the ESL, and at the same time, there will be contextualizing information that then will lead into a pathway, a career pathway. And this is a collaboration and co-location of adult teachers with community colleges. Any questions on this slide, please?
Something that dawned on me when you were talking about the payment points and the CAPE for the funding is that unlike ADA, CAPE is based on outcomes. So am I correct? If we're not meeting the outcomes, then we don't get paid.
CAPE is CAPE will be the fund that is always there as for the program. And yes, it is not a performance-based funding, and it will be how are we reaching those goals? How are we reaching the goals? And the closer we get to the goals, the funding will continue to be strong.
So the difference is that we need to show the state that we are meeting the mandates they've given us based on those student outcomes. So as Ms. Juliana said, the funding is a guaranteed continued funding, but if we don't show that we're actually producing those student outcomes, then they could at any time change their funding, so.
Question, Juliana?
Yes.
So I'm just curious about the ADA, for Elmwood. I mean, are all the inmates required to go to class, or how does that work?
So inmates are placed in program dorms in several different modalities. One can be a court ordered, one is by choice, and the other one is by classification. So unfortunately, or fortunately, our population is classified to certain areas depending on their crime or the record that got them into incarceration. So you can find a very multi-level setting when you go into the classroom. Students, learners can also choose not to program and not to attend classes. The state, the correctional laws have changed a lot, and there is one very in particular that's called milestones. So if you are able to be in a program and participate 6 to 8 weeks in a program, you can reduce your sentence. So that is a benefit to the school because the more people want to come to study and to be in a program, eventually they will be able to reduce their sentence. And what we always stress to them is being in a program starts your reentry today. So when you're already in the community, you're better prepared than when you came in. And I think that approximately, Kelly, we serve 750 students a day, approximately, in the 4 facilities.
And then earlier you mentioned about when there's a lockdown, it also impacts the
ADA.
Yeah, because I remember early this year we went on a tour of Elmwood,
Yes.
and then there was a fight in the men's facility, and you guys got the teachers out. Is there like a makeup day, or how does that?
So there is no makeup day, unfortunately. However, we do have a calendar that's called a lockdown calendar, and we submit that every week to the programming unit. So they also understand that every lockdown or lack of staff on either side, the deputies and or our staff, impacts the program and at the end of the day, funding for our school. Michael.
Yes, so I appreciated your last remarks, which is a perfect segue into what I wanted to ask about. So when you're collecting that report about the lockdown calendar, who are you submitting it to again?
So first of all, it's a reference for us to see how much instructional time are we losing. And the other one is to the programming unit, who are the department that we respond to within the sheriff's department. And we work closely with them as they are part of programs.
Okay, so what piece of legislation or government code governs those ADA reimbursements? My thought was if we connect with the policymakers who wrote that, maybe we can draft some kind of policy where we do a carve out or exception that accommodates for these lockdowns. Because sometimes I know the legislation can be very one size fits all and doesn't accommodate these sort of situations.
And we have also seen in past years that when the funding for the jail education, which is section 225, is small, the CDE through WIOA, they can do an upward revision depending on how they're feeling that the program is going to sustain itself. So there can be an upward revision yearly that is not necessarily tied to the payment points.
All right, because I still remember that day, visiting with the lockdown, and I know it was like, well, that was unexpected, but then people were like, this actually happens not that infrequently. So if it's gonna be an occurrence, I don't want us to get penalized for that. Or if we are gonna get penalized, I would like it to be as minimal as possible. So if we can kind of raise these concerns with our state legislators, I think that would be valuable.
And going along with the blended learning that we also do in our K through 12, let's say that we're in there for 3 hours, right? And a lockdown happens at the first hour. If I have the opportunity to give the student a piece of homework, and they bring it back the next day, that is one of the ways that we can be making up for that time that we are not there.
Michael, did you have an ask on your reference to communicating with legislation? Are you looking to direct the superintendent to reach out to legislators? Are you making that call to action to the board to reach out to local legislators? Are you telling the leaders of adult education that they should do more advocacy work? Is there an ask or is that a statement?
I would say out of the list of everything you just threw out there, all of those are good ideas. And if, however, in whatever way everyone wants to contribute, I would look to our new president, Han, for direction.
So I'll clarify. You mentioned policy. You asked about policy. Are you asking for them? Are you making a statement to the superintendent regarding policy, additional policy work in adult education? Because in our weekend reports, we do have information, but it doesn't relate to adult education. Are you asking the board to be more aware of opportunities around adult education? Are you looking at us sending information to our local legislators around it? Because we do have a number of legislators in our area that we can possibly write a letter to. And the response is, well, all of them is not acceptable in the fact that we all have a number of things that we're doing. But you did bring up some very good points. I would look to you more for what do you believe would be the starting point?
I think the starting point, we should gather the facts in terms of where we're at with this, because as Winnie the Pooh said, I get to where I want to go by walking away from where I am, and let's see where we are and what's the path to get to where we want to be.
Yeah, Winnie the Pooh's not going to be my role model in the work that I do. No offense, but I would like to make the in aligning with the spirit of Mr. Sy talked about is that what are the potential additional funding sources, and do we have curriculum and those types of things in place? So this is the question: do we have curriculum in place in those types of instances where there are lockdowns that we can ensure that we can maximize our ADA?
Yes, there is curriculum. Teachers, when they go into the classroom, they go ready to teach 3 hours. And they are also ready to follow instruction, whichever the lead from the deputy says.
And then the follow-up question is that, so you've been at adult ed for how long?
3 years, this is my 3rd year as a principal and 13 years at corrections.
So I would make the request to the superintendent, very similar to what Mr. Stice talked about as far as year one, as far as what the ADA was, year two, what the ADA was, and so on and so forth. So if your department, when you come back and do the second part, you can talk about the evolution of the ADA and the pros and cons and the reasons why the change. That would be very helpful so that we can determine how we can support your program.
Very good. And actually, Wendy has done a presentation for our school last year, so that was a very good starting point to start also this conversation.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. So the next slide that we will see, it's about WIOA and ADA revenue at the correction side. WIOA is funded 2 years in the arrears, and ADA is funded 1 year in the arrears. So you can see the comparisons between the year collected 16-17, which funds the year 18-19, and ADA 1 year in the arrears, and WIOA 2 years in the arrears.
And we wanted to highlight this because we wanted you to see that we were actively working on raising those payment points as well as our ADA. It just takes a little while, as Ms. Juliana mentioned, to actually show in the funding because of how it's funded.
And some of the ways that we are thinking in creating more revenue in the WIOA program and the payment points is revising how often do we offer the pre and the post tests and trying to capture as many students. And it's very intentional as we need to see which learner is leaving, so we post test them before they leave. Any questions on this slide, please?
Sorry, can you go back to the slide?
Yes.
Thank you.
The next slide shows a couple of key elements that we are currently facing, and that is the decrease of the WIOA funding by the $216,216 at the 2 sites, and that is due because of the payment points. Also at corrections, the value of one ADA unit has gone down by $79. And last year we had to close 1 dorm and a half, one in main jail and one at the facility, at the Elmwood facility. And that has created a loss of 53 units of ADA, which equals to that amount of dollars. We're unable to regain those units again because they are doing a lot of construction in main jail, but we're hoping that we can get new programs in. Another of the sources that's impacting our budget is that our classified and certificated staff have the same raise in salaries as the rest of the school district does. And we are, and we're looking into incorporating corrections into the next 3 years strategic plan at the Cape Fund, for the Cape Fund.
I just wanted to add, the reason we're looking at adding corrections into the CAPE funding is because there are specific programs that we do not have funding for. So we could add CTE classes, which we actually are looking at doing, but they don't fall anywhere within WIOA, technically, or the ADA. So if we were to add those particular programs to CAPE funding, we would be able to fund fund them moving forward.
Some of the things that we're planning for the coming year and to increase our revenue is to increase our classes through ADA. And that definitely depends if the facility is open for us to have more classes. Increase our WIOA student outcome by changing or revisiting the testing cycle, which will increase our number of students graduates as they will have more opportunities to get instruction. And that is at the two sites. We're also, Evan and I, thinking about taking a look at how do we fund our night administrator. And we're also looking into not offering ESL programs in the summer at our site.
So if you could briefly speak to ESL or VSCP summer programs, are those, who funds those programs?
The ESL program that we used to have in the summer that was funded through our CAPE funds and WIOA funds, those were free classes of English for our students. We are looking into creating some fee-based classes that the students can get a hold of. And last summer, we did a fee-based class and we had the opportunity of having the class at the extension. And that helped us because we didn't need to have the secretary at the site, and it was a very well-attended class. So taking that fee-based class as a model, we would like to expand our programs there. The summer enrichment program is a collaboration with the district, and for the past years, there has been so many different offerings of enrichment programs throughout the district and the communities that we have struggled to meet the need of the enrollment. So that's why we're thinking to change and or not to offer the summer school program this year. But again, that is a larger conversation. Yeah, those are just some ideas.
You said you're struggling to meet the need of the enrollment.
Yes.
So could you explain a little?
Considering that it is a fee-based program, the summer enrichment program, we do need to have a certain number of students to enroll. So we can pay for the administrator and we can pay for the clerical work. And we can also pay for the youth coordinator and others that are involved in supporting the summer enrichment program.
So are you saying that there aren't enough students enrolling, or are you?
That is correct. We do not have enough students enrolling, and the reason that we have seen is because there's so many different offerings in the communities. And even if we had, if Learning and Development was sponsoring 2 or 3 foster youth, it was hard to get those foster youth involved in the program because they were already accessing several different services for extended learning. But again, that is just an idea and we can definitely have a much larger conversation.
Okay, so 2021, looking forward, obviously, many of the items are the same, but a couple of new items would be to, we're looking at a number of CTE pathways to start with what we call that 243 or integrated EL civics component to help our ESL students be able to have a pathway for a career, as well as dually use it as a fee-based program. So one of the ones I'd like to highlight tonight is our paraeducator class, and we are looking to start that February, so it's actually the year before, hopefully. So we just hired a new teacher that can teach that class, and we are now a testing center for the paraeducator test with ETS. And so we're really making headway on that, and like I mentioned, we're hoping to roll that out after talking with HR and special ed and getting their input with the curriculum in February.
And ETS is Educational Testing
Testing
Services.
Center. Yes,
Services.
thank you, sorry.
And part of we also want to highlight that the community of Milpitas doesn't always identify clusters of career pathways, so we're trying to make everything accessible to them. But there's two of the barriers that continue to come up. One is childcare and the other one is transportation. So even though there's the community colleges trying to do things for our students, not all of them would go to Evergreen Community College or Mission College just because there's the barrier of transportation. So we're actually working on getting some MOUs in place so that the colleges can come to us and or they can provide some type of transportation to pick up and drop our students. In childcare, of course, we know that that is also a constant barrier to our students. So this is the conversation that we wanted to frame. So when we come back on January the 14th, we're better prepared and to talk about the real numbers.
You asked for data.
Yes.
I'm third year, correct?
That's correct.
It usually takes a couple of years to figure out what you don't know about what you're doing. And the fact that you're already thinking about things that you can do identifies the fact that you've been thinking about this for a little while from the beginning, and now you've just been working on how to structurally implement some of those things. So I'm looking forward to the next session on the 14th, and well, depending if necessary, possibly a board study session, because our adult learners and the work we do at the corrections matters. As we look at the future of adult education and the opportunities to provide things for corporate professionals and those types of things, we have to join in the conversation with you to take a serious look about the possibilities of what can be adult ed and how we can help get there.
Perfect. Thank you.
So then questions? I was asking Kelly and Michael, do you have any questions for Juliana and Lawrence?
Well, I did want to echo Chris's comments to, it's good that you're looking ahead, keep looking ahead, because while we always see the one step ahead of us, we must never lose sight of the long term and have a good sense of where we're going. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you both, and let's just plan on doing a study session on January 14th.
Perfect. And I am sure that Wendy will be able to join us and lead also the conversation. Thank you for that.
Thank you both very much.
President Yen, may I ask that we move the budget action item up next, because that way what we just heard flows into the budget? And we would need to ask for a motion.
Motion to move the action item 18B, adopt the 2019-2020 first interim report and submit a positive financial certification to the Santa Clara County Office of Education.
Do I have a second? Second.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
All right, 18A, I'm sorry, 18B.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Cheryl, to move this budget item ahead of time. So since everyone's brain still fresh, I hope now at this point. So let's talk about numbers. And our team going to do a presentation to the board.
Okay. Good evening, board members. My name is Lin Lee, Director of Finance. I'm here to present the first interim report. This is one of three periods that we report our financial situation to the state. Okay, before we go, we always like to connect what we do to our strategic goal. And for business services, we like to connect to goal number 2, which is improve our communication to the community at large. And we hope that by giving this presentation, the community will learn a little bit more about how we use our money. And for this year, we also like to support all our LCAP goals by ensuring that we have enough resource to encourage our students to learn and grow. Okay. Tonight's purpose is to present the report to the board and ask for a positive certification. Positive means that we have enough money to support our this year and the next 2 subsequent years. Qualified means that we may be able to support this year and the next 2 years. And negative means that we do not have enough money to support this year or the next 2 years. So with our report, we can't see the check mark, but we would like to the board accept the report and submit a positive certification to the county office of ed. Okay, all data is we're using it as of October 31st because that is the cutoff date for first interim. And all our projection, we follow the recommendation of School Services of California. Okay, revenue. Total revenue for general fund is $122.9 million, and this is what it comprised of. Okay, I'd like to point out that the local revenue here, $4 million. 1.5 of those $1 million is coming from parcel tax, which will expire on June 2023, which means for tax year 22-23, that will be the last time we receive that money. So we need to plan ahead whether we need to renew the parcel tax or anything else. Any question on the revenue? No. Expenditure, $132.4 million, $35.5 million. The bulk of the money we're spending is on employee and benefits. Okay, and all of that add up to $102.8 million, which is about 77.7% of our entire general fund budget. We would like to take care of our employee, make sure they do the work so they can help the student grow as they go along. Any questions with this?
What are you have the other outgoing uses of 6.9?
Under outgoing, this is some of the money we transferred to Metro Ed, about 3.7. Money we pay to the county office of ed for our student when we send our special student, about 2.5. And of course we pay for the solar panel, interest in the lease of the solar panel, about $1 million. Any other question? Okay, revenue. This is the changes between the adoption time and first interim. Adoption time, we use whatever data we have on hand at that time. So now we revise some of our money. We receive this big chunk of money here, $829 $100,000 for the new grant for special ed preschool. And then we got some extra money for categorical and CTE money from the state. And of course, we also increase our expenditure. Most of the categorical program, we build budget amount as if we plan to spend it all. We might or we might not, but we budget them. I said we bring back some of the students from the county, so we have some saving. And then, of course, student nutrition no longer need the contribution from general fund, so we have a little more saving from that. Okay, and of course, the non-public school for special ed is something that we don't know at the adoption time. So as the need increase, we increase the budget for them. Okay. Multi-year projection. Wendy now will take it away.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Lynn. And just very quick, go back to this slide, and we just summarized the major changes under revenues and expenditures. If you are curious to see what are all the changes, we have the report. So we attached a separate report. We actually detailed each line item of reconciliation compared to the first interim to the last board approved report. So feel free to refer to that document. Here are the main factors that we use to calculate our multi-year projections. A 1.5 million expenditure reduction is included in the 2021 school year. And currently, this is the only reduction that we budgeted. We just projected a 1 year reduction at this point. And cumulatively, this 1 million savings will create a $3 million savings in 2 years. No salary increases is projected in our multi-year projection at this point for the next 2 years. In the next 2 years, we will anticipate enrollment increase based on our demographers projection. So we added additional 155 ADA in year one, and additional 90 more ADA in year two. We also projected our step column. Those are the contractual obligations for our employees. And for employees, if your salaries placement is not at the highest step, and each school year in July, you will automatically get a step increase. So the total cost district-wide is about 1.5 million. Of course, we also adjusted the STARS, PERS, the statutory rate increase in our projections.
What's the reason for not including the salary improvement?
Well, because salary improvement normally is up to negotiation. We did not do any negotiation for next year yet. And normally we don't negotiate a year ahead. So, and when we are at the table, we will talk about a salary increase. And then at that point, and we'll see how our budget can afford it, and then we'll include it in our projection. Okay, here's now multi-year projection summary. Okay, 1920 is our current year. So in this year, we're projecting the general fund ending fund balance is at 4.6 million. Last year, after we close out the book, you can see here we have this 5.1 million. Those we call restricted fund balance. Those are the program carryovers. And this year now, we bring this 5.1 million program carryover fully budget into current year. You will see this a big increase in this line item. The budget now is recorded in here. And also, we have a 5.3 million part of this unrestricted fund balance as operational savings that we can use to help us balance current year budget. So that's why this year we only need 2.2 million from our bank account to balance our current year budget. Next year, in the 2021, This 98.9 million, the local control funding formula, LCFF revenue, we use a cost of living adjustment COLA at 3% to calculate this funding. This 3% was projected by Department of Finance. Just a couple weeks ago, the Legislative Analyst Office released their projection of next year's COLA. The COLA is projected to go down to 1.7%. If that it is the COLA that the state is going to fund us, it means we will reduce this revenue projection by almost 1.2 million. And cumulatively for 2 years, it will be about 2.4 million as a revenue loss. And also you can see in this line item here, that 1.5 million expenditure reduction is included in here. And also we take out this program carryovers from 18-19 year. So you see it's a drop compared to current year budget. And even with this 1.5 million expenditure reductions included in here, look at this. This is not deficit spending. Our deficit spending is still high. It's still over 8 million. This reduction, it helps a little bit, but still, we still have this deficit problem that we needed to monitor and we needed to address. And next year, we need almost $6 million from our reserve to balance the budget. On top of the regular transfer from building fund, and this is a new transfer we like to start to use in this year, $500,000 from this post-employment benefit account to offset our retiree benefit costs. And the third year, 21-22, similar situation, we need another almost $6 million to balance our budget. So now let's look at our strategic reserve fund to see where we are with those transfers.
Could you go back one slide for just a second for me, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, good. Okay, so this is our strategic reserve fund. So all this portion this is like our bank account. We call strategic reserve fund. And then you can see we have a 3 pot of money here. This largest pot, last year, 18-19, after we closed out, we ended with 11.8 million. And we use this pot to balance our budget. This is the pot of money that we use to cover for operations. And then the second part here, is called RDA settlement. RDA is the redevelopment agency. This is we received this one-time funding back in 13-14 year. It's due to the settlement between the state and the city of Milpitas, and we got a benefit of 7.1 million as a one-time money. And now we're spending this money down on instructional related equipment, software, professional development, so on and so forth. So this is actually above our regular or normal general fund operations. For example, back then, we would like to use iReady as a system, as an assessment system, and we didn't have the fund in general fund, so we were able to pay out of here. And the same thing for our CO program, so on and so forth. So you can see we're projecting this fund is also spending down eventually. The third part here, we set up this reserve fund back in 17-18 after we closed out, and this was under the board's direction at the time, and to set up some money to help offset the stores and the purse cost increase. So we have a reserve fund. Right now, we have $1 million balance here, and we plan to use this $1 million in the third year, in this 21-22 year. And remember, so this year, We total need 5.9 million to balance budget, so 4.9 million from this operation pot, and then 1 million from this STRS reserve fund. And then you notice, if you probably cannot see very clearly here, we were short by almost $1 million here. We hope that we will pick up some additional ADA attendance in current year. If our attendance go up in current year, our LCFF funding will increase also. And in the same time, after we close out the 1920 year, we hope we'll have some operational savings. The combination of these two factors will help us to pay for this difference. That's our plan for now.
I remember, at the beginning of the year, before the school year started, we talked about, one of the ways that you saw that we could increase revenue, and that was through ADA. And,
yes.
Do you have a benchmark in terms of where we are at some point percentage-wise comparison to last year? Because it seemed like, we were attempting to make a concentrated effort this year. And I'm not looking to use it as a projection forward, but like, for example, at some point, I'd like you to bring back, or superintendent bring back, where are we at in ADA year-to-date in comparison to where we were year-to-date last year?
Well, I can share that with you today because I just looked at our attendance data today. We're ready to do we call P1 attendance report. That is for the attendance from the first day of school till like early December. So we will report we call as a period 1 to the state. Right now, our district-wide attendance percentage is average at 97.5%. Now, funding will be the average from first day till around April 15. So we still have some time to catch up. Our goal, we would hope 97.5 is a reasonable percentage, but I would hope we can earn a little bit higher percentage for current year. And right now, compared to last year, we are a little bit better, but last year was not the best attendance year for us. So our best year was back in 16-17 year. And that year, our district-wide attendance rate was around 97.6 or 0.7%. So we still have room to grow. But we also have time to catch up. So hopefully from January to April, we can do better, and then our average attendance rate can go up a little bit than 97.5% right now we see. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Now we also have this building fund here, and you can see our building fund is doing well. The ending fund balance continues to grow. In January, I will do a presentation just to focus on this fund. Tonight, what I will spend some time just give you a quick overview, the source of income for this fund. So you get an idea why the building fund, ending fund balance is building up now. So you can see here, this green bar represents called ERAF pass-through. ERAF stands for Education Revenue Augmentation Fund. Pass-through means the county, as the controller's office, collects the fund and then pass it through to us. So that's this green bar. And this dark red or orange bar represents the RDA pass-through. RDA stands for the Redevelopment Agency. And then the blue bar here represents our rental income plus our interest earnings. You can see that our rental and interest earnings are pretty steady throughout the years. 12-13 was the first year that we started to receive this RDA pass-through. At this time, the pass-through was around 600,000. Look at all these years, the trend, they're doing very well. Last year, after we closed out the book, we almost received 3.5 million from this, just from this account alone. So obviously, you can see this RDA is the main income stream for our building fund. that helps our building fund continue to grow. And again, in January, we'll spend more time looking into the detail, this ERAF money and this RDA revenues, how they are generated, and what is the future trend will look like, and how we can best manage this fund. So stay tuned in January then. We'll come back more on this. Okay, this is our adult ed program, and earlier you hear Juliana and her team to talk about the program. So tonight, I would like to spend some time and review the financial status of the program. This slide summarizes the financial trend. As Juliana and her team mentioned, this blue bar represents the Elmwood, the correctional facility. And then this dark orange represents the air side. So those are the two components that adult education program is made of. Back into 12-13 year, the correctional facility has almost 1.9 million fund balance. It's also, that's their reserves back then. And look at even in 14-15 years. In 14-15 year, their reserve even go over 2 million. This was about 2.2 million at the time. And then after 14-15 years, and then you can see the trend is just going down. As of last year, 18-19, after we close our book, the correctional reserve is about 290,000. And the air side, you see, they're very consistent. The ending fund balance for the air side has been stable. And last year, they have after we close out, they have over 600,000 as their reserve. Well, the combined program, because these two components make up the adult ed program. So combined, they have about $1 million reserve. But look at the current year. This is not 18-19, 19-20 year. Our correctional reserve pretty much gone. And our air side is still reasonable. But the combination of these two programs, now we're less than $500,000. So our reserve from over 2 million, now we're getting like $500,000. That's why I think we needed to really look into the program. We need to have some actions planned together to see how we can keep the program financially be self-supporting. And in January, I know Juliana and I'll work with her team, so we'll come back with some actions plan, hopefully.
Just to clarify, Wendy, both bars represent the reserve funds in each program.
Correct. Yes. Okay. Moving forward, in the next couple of months, we'll need to develop our cost management plan. And we will need to implement our cost management plan, or I call them cost reduction plan. And because we already projected that in our 2021 school year, and at this time, the minimum reduction is 1.5 million as we projected. Besides the general education program that we normally focus on, there are other programs we operate in our district. For example, the adult ed program to serve adults. And we also have a special ed program to serve the special needs student. And plus, we have our preschoolers, the child development center, and our student nutrition program. All those programs, we needed to closely monitor their spending, because if any of them cannot be self-supportive financially, that means the general fund will have to make contribution to make up for the difference. And that is what we should try to avoid in the future. This coming January, the governor will release the state's 2021 budget. So we'll have better information of state's plan for next year. And then we will update our budget, which is we call second interim in early March. And especially, I think we'll need to really focus on the COLA funding for next year because that plays such an important role to impact our revenue. So I would like to end our presentation tonight with this quote from Helen Keller. Alone, we can do so little. Together, we can do so much. So for our district, in order for us to maintain our financial stability, we, meaning the community, the board, the cabinet, and also our three associations, the teachers classified and the management associations, and the staff at all different levels will need to work together. Working together will make us stronger and truly will be a true unified school district. So with that, we would like the board to accept our positive certification that we will submit to the county for our first interim. Okay, that's now a report.
Thank you so much, Wendy. Great report as always.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
So do we have a motion to adopt?
I will move to adopt.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Wendy.
Okay, great, thank you. I also like to thank my team here tonight. We
Yes,
have
thank you, Lynn.
Lynn and the Duke. Yeah, we're a great team and thanks. Thank you.
And it's always good to see the team together in the presentations, so thank you for that.
What color is your hair gonna be then tomorrow?
Probably blue, but we got one day.
I'll show you. Okay, let's move on to 17B, the district office relocation options. Travis.
Good evening, Board President Lynn, members of the board and executive cabinet. I'm Travis Kirk with TBK. Happy to present this discussion item for your review and then perhaps some direction from the board on completion of this item. As you know, we have a great shuffling of projects going on in order to accommodate everything that's on the bond project list. In order to build the air site, the two-story campus here for the second high school, we would need to relocate the district office in some manner. And so that's what we present to you tonight. Perhaps the next slide. Thank you. So we bring to you four options for a district office relocation. Option one would be to add a third floor to the Air Innovation Center that we would build here on this campus. We'll go over the pros and cons of these four options further along in the presentation. Option two would be to build a new building at one of our existing school sites. Our school sites have quite a bit of acreage and there is room on some of those. Option three would be to lease some office space here in the community that's available for lease. And option four would be a combination of some new buildings and then perhaps moving the superintendent and boardroom to Milpitas High, nurses and other transient district teams to school sites where they could find some room that's existing on those sites. The single story, so I put this, the single story Gen 7 building, and I'll preface this by saying we did have a big meeting with district office staff in this room. We had a big think tank. We had a Google Doc circulated to talk about the pros and cons of the various different options we had. In this instance, I present Gen 7. I went to Manteca and toured their factory. I'm familiar with these buildings, but I didn't want to do my due diligence there. Toured their factory. and help you understand, this is a modular building. But I want to differentiate clearly the difference between a modular and a portable. You see a portable classroom in 960 square foot, what they call a shoebox. This is not that. This is a steel frame building with pan decking, concrete slab floor. They do bring it out on trucks. They would line all these up. All of these would go together, the foundation in place. They would line them all up in a single day, and then end up bolting them and finishing them up. So these Gen 7 buildings are highly efficient. They're approximately 70% the energy usage of traditional construction. They're very green, very efficient. The little canopies you see on the front can house solar panels. So this was one thing to consider when we start looking at cost per square foot. These are the 50-year-old buildings, 50, 60-year longevity of these buildings, not your typical portable classroom with the wood floor. It's not that. This is modular versus portable, so very durable and very popular across the state. The next slide would show you that they can actually do a Gen 7 in a 2-story building. And we'll see some advantages to these Gen 7s. They're made off-site, so they can come do the foundation. And when they're ready, they come and they just drop them on a place, bolt them together, do your site work. And so the construction time is reduced for these. So that's an option too, is to have, if we were to build a district office on a school site, this might be a mechanism to do that for about half the price per square foot, as I mentioned in the previous presentation. So these are some rough cost estimates based on current market conditions and based on my information I got from the folks at American Modular who make the Gen 7 building. So I would have a comparative analysis. So option 1, a 3rd story of the air site, is presented by LPA some time ago. The cost per square foot is about $1,111 for that. A lot of that is engineering because it's 3 stories. There's extra stairs. There's an elevator that would have to go to a 3rd story. So there's a lot more to that. So your cost per square footage is pretty high with that. You wouldn't have the site work costs because you're already digging up all your utilities and putting in a foundation, all those sorts of things. So you would save there. Total cost there is just shy of $29 million. Option 2, single-story Gen 7. So what we try to do is just match square footage. So if we were to do 26,000 square feet, a single-story Gen 7 is about $430 a square foot currently. So you see your building cost, site work, we estimate around $2 million if we were on an existing school site. Other costs that you may see would be encroachment from the city. If the city, whatever site we chose, the city made us do a turn pocket or a deceleration lane or a traffic signal, those sorts of things would go on top of that. 2-story Gen 7 is about $500 a square foot, so you can see how that maths out. Option 3, leased office space right now in Milpitas, approximately $1.26 per square foot. So you're 32 grand plus per month, and that's in line with what they did in Cupertino. I think they were right in there, about $400,000 a year. They've been leasing a building. It's actually in Sunnyvale, the Cupertino Union District. Option 4, 2-story Gen 7 with a 16,000 square feet. So I opted for the 2 stories because it's a higher price point to be realistic with it. That's if we were to have the superintendent and the board over at Milpitas High at some location, be that an existing location or working into the new theater or gym or however that might work. And then some of the nurses and those sorts of people that are more mobile at other sites. So 16,000 square feet there with some site work. And you're looking at a total cost of about $9.8 million. Here at the air site, one thing that we would experience if we did the new high school as well as at the district office spaces, we would have need for more parking. Joe Flatley did a parking study prior to my arrival that was pretty detailed. So we estimated another 50 parking spaces, about $250,000. That's provided it fits within the design and site parameters of what we come up with for the site here. So then the next slide starts out just some pros and cons, and certainly through our discussion, you can add some more, but it's just some talking points. And a lot of these come from the think tank we got here with staff. So option 1, there was
quite a few folks that are here that would like the idea of staying here. They're comfortable coming here. They've been coming here for years. They work here. They're comfortable with that idea. So that was a positive for those folks. Easy commute location, easy on off on the highway. People are used to seeing people turn left into the parking lot here. So that's good. And it's not in a residential neighborhood, which you would imagine you may get a little bit of blowback if you have 100, 150 employees now on a school site that's not accustomed to having that level of traffic. The downside to the third story, it is the most expensive option. The parking, as we discussed, and it would require us to have temporary housing, so 2 moves. We have to move off somewhere temporarily, build this site, and then move folks back. Option 2, the single story Gen 7, option 2 and 3 are going to be, or 2 to be very similar. The cost is less. The pros for a single story, easy accessible by all, no stairs, elevators. Construction timeline is significantly reduced because a lot of that work happens in the factory in Manteca. The single story would have a larger footprint than the 2-story, so if we really needed to consolidate space on a site, the 2-story may be a better option if that were how we were to go. If we needed parking and then we didn't have this where we could fan out 26,000 square feet of modular buildings. The traffic mitigation would likely be an issue that if we were in a residential area, you may, like I say, you may have some concerns of neighbors there. And we haven't done an exhaustive study on what site that might look like. We would do that for the direction of the board after tonight's meeting. 2-story would require stairs and elevator, an increased cost of about $70 a square foot over the 1-story. And if we go to the next page, the leased office space, the space may be immediately available. Would be 1 move for district staff instead of 2, which would be the same for the Gen 7 modules too. We would build those, then just move staff 1 time. And with building those 2, the way those are configured, they're 40 feet deep and they can run them side by side for a mile if they wanted to. So you can configure the space on the interior any way you like. So we could sit down with staff and say, you have 40 by 150 for business services. How do you want to set that up? And that's what we would do with the design team to make sure that that space fit exactly the needs of each department that would house in those buildings. Office space may be readily available, 1 move. Parking and traffic mitigation may not be an issue because it would already be a current commercial building. Long-term cost is expensive. You don't actually own the building. And then you may have to reconfigure the space to meet staff needs and add technology upgrades, etc. Option 4. Option 4 is actually the lowest cost option because we would do less square footage of new buildings and then scatter folks around. Construction timeline reduced just like the others. And so same issue with the traffic mitigation. So those are the things that we came up with in the think tank, the options we came up with as far as how do we shuffle all these things around and complete all these projects? Because then we have to complete this project before we can move 500 students, which allows us to take the portables off of Milpitas High that we want to do, and then repurpose the old basketball courts back into the new location, and then do the old theater into a student unit or whatever we're going to do with that. So there's a series of events that needs to take place, but the district office is the priority. So we seek your direction and your input, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have regarding this.
We do have speakers or questions from the community. Please come to the podium, state your name for the record.
Sergeant Robert Chang, community member, and just wanted to ask, in reviewing these options, I did remember several years ago we had a potential option of the facility, actually the piece of land that we own over of Yosemite, right, with the preschool, and I was curious as to why that was not an option here.
If you recall, that was a proposal from our current leasing.
Yes.
And the proposal was that if we extended the lease.
Correct.
And they would, and allowed them to expand on our land, they would build a district office for us. However, the proposal they came back with was unacceptable. It essentially, well, what it stated was that for 20 years, they wouldn't pay us any lease, and then in year 21, the lease amount they would pay us would be about $200,000. So I didn't feel that was an acceptable offer to bring to the board, so I declined it.
Okay, thank you. One follow-up question. Given that we actually own the land and it's my recollection, please correct me if I'm wrong, that their lease is up or it will be up very soon. Could we take advantage of that and look at possibilities there?
We are actually exploring some other possibilities and probably most likely going to be doing a request for proposals.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions from the board?
Kind of random. I was halfway expecting a cricket to. It seems to be the first time in recent memory that hasn't happened.
It's the very first time, that's
Like the
true.
last 5-4 days.
Yeah, that's very true.
I have a question. So let us say if we pick option 1, and here you have 50 additional parking spaces. Would that be sufficient to accommodate the three stories?
According to the surveys and the reports, Joe Flatley did a very comprehensive study on the number of parking spaces that exist, number that are ADA compliant, the number that are used at particular times of day, particular days of the week. And so in review of that document, along with understanding how many more spaces we need, I think we would be good with 50 additional spaces. I don't think we would ever have overflow issues.
As I'm looking at the option, 1 and option 2, so all those, it's just at 26,000 square foot. Is that the maximum that we can build on, or?
Yeah, so what I did here was measured off what we use currently, building 500, 550, 100, 200, and that space is pretty close to 26,000. You have some wasted space with a giant hallway down 200 and that sort of thing. And then based on past projections, we kind of just merged those two. I felt like that was a good settling point for what would accommodate the current district office staff and those needs. So the idea that came up with regard to moving the boardroom and the superintendent to the high school and then the other folks out satellite, that reduced it by 10,000 square feet, the need by 10,000 square feet. So that's where that 16 comes in. It may accommodate essential services, but it kind of spread out those folks that can be mobile.
Option 1, I mean, like it, but the total cost is almost like double. I'm just, just thinking out loud, is it possible to do a combination of single story and 2 stories? Will that lower the cost instead of doing 3 stories?
It depends on your method of construction. So the intent here is to have a 2-story high school, an innovative tech center type of high school here that's really architecturally designed for that purpose. So all those spaces meet that. So the Gen 7 wouldn't really fit that. So then you come to a point where you say, okay, well, we could build that, but then do we have a footprint here where we could put Gen 7s for the deal? I don't know that the footprint's big enough to do that. That's why the stack it on top was the idea.
Wait, so you're telling me having a 3rd story is gonna make it not compatible with Gen 7?
Yeah, Gen 7, yeah, the 3-story would not, oh, so I apologize. The 2-story high school has never been intended to be a Gen 7 as an individually designed by an architect to accommodate the needs of the program. And so there was never an intent to have the district or the new school be a Gen 7. I put the Gen 7 in just because I think in a previous presentation, I said, oh, if you did these modular, not portable, but modular 50, 60-year-long buildings, you could save price per square foot. That's why I brought those into the equation. I should have been more clear that if it were to be on this side, it would be a specific architectural design. That's why you get that 1,100 a square foot instead of 500.
But Travis, the question is, can we do a 2-story of Gen 7 building here for the high school? And then are there any way to add a 3rd floor on top of that Gen 7?
You can't do a 3rd floor on a Gen 7.
Okay.
They have 1-story and 2-story. And it was my understanding that the high school was not to be a Gen 7. It was going to be a specifically designed purpose building for this innovation center.
Okay, I see.
So that's where that 3rd story would be at that same price point that LPA presented in their facility master plan previously.
But the question is, if we do a 2-story Gen 7 building here for the high school, then it'll be cheaper, right? Than the architectural specified design of the building.
Yeah, Gen 7 2-story is about 500 a square foot.
See, yes.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I guess the reason I didn't put that as my understanding was that was not what was desired for the high school, was a Gen 7. It was ground up design from architectural firm that suits the needs of the program.
Okay.
Where you may not have that same flexibility because you're going to have 40 by whatever cube is what you're going to have. Yeah.
Okay, so I think this information will help the board to make up their mind because, you know, what do we want for this campus? Do we want like sort of modular buildings type of structure here? Because that'll be the Gen 7. The Gen 7 we can do 2-story and they're much cheaper than the architectural design building because that you have more flexibility. You can do more different designs than modular building. But then that way it will cost us more money.
And also, we wouldn't be able to have the district office here with a Gen 7 because
Right.
it can't accommodate a
Yes,
floor.
correct.
And also, I would have to really understand what the potential is for Gen 7 before recommending that because I don't know that that's gonna fit. It doesn't sound like it's gonna fit our program that we need for science technology.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Wendy, what was the original budget for this site?
Well, we total allocated about 66 million for airside. That means that is everything. So that 66 million consists of construction, the soft cost, that means we have to pay for the architect design and all the other inspection fees, everything.
Okay, so which one of this option will fit in that budget? Or all of it?
Honestly, that's a very good question, and I have to tell you, all of this option is part of the budget, because originally we did not budget a lot. We only allocated about up to 5 million to relocate the district office, because back then we're thinking we're going to use our Murphy side, the school side that Robert John was thinking, hopefully they can help us to build a district office there, so that we don't have to out of pocket a lot of money. That's why we only allocated up to 5 million, the most, to relocate the district office. That's pretty much moving and purchase some furniture and so on and so forth.
We do have, David Flashman.
Hi there. I just have two quick questions. So with option 4, and you're saying to like spread the district offices around, the district offices around the district to various sites. How common is that? Like, do other school districts do that and have it set up that way? Or do most school districts have it set up like it's all in one centralized location?
I'm not sure what the general piece is, but I do know from speaking to an architect at CSBA on Friday that he had a school that they designed in Southern California where the student union at the high school there also had the boardroom, so that way the video type equipment that we talked about at our modernization community input meeting could be utilized for both board meetings as well as student programs. And then that way it would maximize the space and maximize the equipment.
Okay, and for option one, adding a third story, how would that impact the students' day-to-day life going to school? You know, like would there be a different elevator that the district staff would use? So, you know, at 9 o'clock, it would impact students maybe having to use the building at the same time to go from class to class. I guess is that in all?
I think it would be similar to what happens today because on this campus, we also have Cal Hills High School.
Okay. Does it?
Mm-hmm.
I think that we should consider this. We should think very carefully of which option we are going to go forward with. Because we don't want to go over the budget and it will cause more problems for us. Not able to finish the project, hold off on other projects in the district. And I can foresee a lot of problems if we choose option one, and that's for me. Wendy said that it is still within the budget, right?
Well,
Or
not
go with
quite,
any others.
not quite. Well, we have to allocate, I mean, honestly, we set aside a 66 million, it's just a rough number. We hope this 66 million will take care of everything for this campus. If now we're going to do district office here, so we'll have 28 million for that cost, but this is just a third story, or this is everything for the.
No, that's just the third story addition.
Okay, so we will have to look at the program design to see what are the programs they're going to offer here, what kind of facility requirement, what those, for those programs, and then how much that will cost us. So we have to look at it as a full package. So to answer your question, at this point, actually, it's very difficult to say, is this, in our budget, 66 million will cover this or not? Because we don't know. We don't know what the programs is going to host here. And then how much that will cost to, are there any way maybe we can just remodel the current building rather than build brand new building because the costs are different.
How do you expect us to choose the option?
Well,
the answers to us is like, okay, really, I don't know.
Well, tonight, I think actually our goal is at least to share this information with you, and we're hoping you can provide us some direction, maybe focus some areas that, direct staff say, hey, we would like you to focus working on maybe option one, come up with more ideas or more information back to us, or maybe option two, or maybe look at this 4 option, we can easily, if we can eliminate option 3, then we don't need to waste our time to research on it. Because for each of the options, we all need to spend a lot of staff time to research and to get more information back.
Well, this is the way to go. If you can come back with whichever option, the lifetime of the building, the cost, the comparison between option 1, 2, 3, and 4. Because if you say option 4 is gonna last 50 years, when we have the actual building on option 1 that will last over 100 years. Am I right or am I wrong? Or am I way off?
I think they're gonna be comparable just because the way the Gen 7s are made, it's not like a typical portable classroom, it's a modular building. So what they do is they take, see the red iron, like they build high rises with, they take this red iron, they weld a frame. That frame is typically 12 feet wide by 32, 36, or 40 feet deep. We probably use 40 feet deep. They do the red iron, then they put a product called pan decking on there. If you've seen it, it's kind of like a Ruffles potato chip. It's metal. They put that pan decking on there, then they pour concrete. So all of your elements of this building from the start are similar to on-site construction. The catch is they can bring these out piece at a time and fly them in with a crane, boom, 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 set them up very, very quickly. So the construction method is similar, it's just built off-site and it's built to a particular dimension. So I think the longevity of the building is going to be comparable. Then the products that they put inside, the types of drywall and the LED lighting, and they have natural lighting with sonotube and all of the materials inside, they're not going cheap on these materials like you would a portable classroom, which they call a brown shoebox. It's not the same, so I want to be very clear on that. So the elements, yeah, they have high energy efficient windows. If you were to put they don't do LEED certification on these, but if you were to do LEED certification, you about a LEED silver, which is pretty good, pretty energy efficient. So you have a lot of benefits. You have the benefit of lower cost. You have the benefit of one move for the district. And with a lower cost, not that I'm not a salesman for Gen 7, there may be another outfit that does that. I don't want to sound like I'm trying to sell a product. What I'm trying to do is get the most square footage for the money, a new building for staff, one move, least expense there. So when we do this innovation high school, we can really do what's great for kids. So we've done what's great for staff. I'm giving an opinion now, I shouldn't do, but you do what's great for staff to put them in a new building, they get to help configure for the lowest cost possible. And then have the most money still available for this innovation high school. It really is going to be a special thing for this community. So that's.
Have you seen the San Jose City College Extension building? Have you been in there?
Yes, I have.
Is that a modular similar to Gen 7?
I believe it is. Yeah. And there's a lot of Gen 7. We could even take a tour. I could be happy to arrange a tour. There are a lot of Gen 7s in our very local area used in a variety of different manners.
Because the reason I ask is because that extension has a biology lab in it.
You could configure the space pretty much any way you want. You have multi-stall restrooms, you could put in a warming kitchen, you can put in, or you could make it 150 feet conference room. It's really versatile.
All right, let's hear from Ling Kong.
Income, Milpitas resident. As I was looking through the options here, I was just wondering, besides option 3, where we're leasing existing office spaces, has there been any consideration asking commercial real estate agents as well as far as available buildings that could be acquired, purchased for a lower price than building new? I mean, is that something that has been considered as an opportunity as well? Because I think there are a lot of underutilized buildings in the city as well as right by BART that is maybe available.
So did I hear you say, did we ask about purchasing? No.
Existing buildings, yeah.
Purchasing building just for
district office.
The district
office, yeah.
Well, we haven't looked at that option yet, but the reason we didn't consider that option, the money, the cost is a main factor, because nowadays to purchase a building, it could be very expensive. And then after we purchase that building and we have to probably remodel or do some work on it, and because of the cost, we actually didn't think of that option. And then those are the 4 options are the one we were thinking hopefully our existing budget or maybe with some help, maybe from our building fund, we can accomplish our goal.
Because it sounds like the perception was that it was gonna be more expensive, right? But without looking into it, there's actually no confirmation that there might be opportunities that's actually more cost effective than what is available here. That's why I'm bringing this up. Okay, thank you.
Travis. As always, thank you for your perspective and the information, how you put information together. I know you put a lot of work and time and thought into it. One of the things that I've observed is the first option, option one, the third story at Air Site with a square footage of approximately 26,000 square feet. Is that the square footage currently of the district office?
The current square footage of the district office, 100, 200, 500, and 550 is 24,000, a little over 24,000 square feet. The additional was just based on past studies that said in case there was a need for staff to grow or additional conference rooms, that sort of thing.
So that's based on, and I know this is rough, that's based on the fact that we are properly, the district office is properly utilizing the space that they have today? Or is it just based on the fact that we have these buildings that exist with their approximate square feet?
Yeah, that's the approximate square foot. And you can, the 200 has a huge hallway that's really kind of wasted space. So, there are, at these buildings, the Gen 7s, they don't have hallways. You enter from the outside. So you wouldn't waste that.
Wait. I'm not going Gen 7.
Right.
I'm just staying in context of the ask.
So we're 24,000 feet here. You probably burn 3,000 feet of hallway at 200. So you could be 21,000 in usable space here.
So if you can go a little bit deeper for me on that, and I know that you probably haven't had a chance to do it, but if you did a walkthrough, because if you talk about the district office, you're talking about this facility, you're talking about the district there, which is pretty, I'd probably say pretty well utilized.
Sure.
And then we have the building there.
Sure.
And then we have the modular
here,
correct?
Right.
So would you say that if you were to maximize the space, would you be closer to 20,000 or would you be at 20, or would you be closer to 21,000? Just ballpark.
I think you'd be closer to 21 if you wanted to factor in some extra space for more conference rooms, that sort of thing. But if you took exactly what we have now, you could probably get away with 21,000 feet.
Right, because if you think about the utilization of the space, if you walk around the space and you see the utilization of the space during the day and what's not being used, and we talk about the ideal staff here, which we're talking about cost management, we're going to be reducing cost of staff.
Sure.
So, and when you start out with 26,000 on the square foot for the third story at that cost, you frame a picture for us, and it's a guesstimate.
Oh, absolutely.
When we can actually be, let's say 20,000 square feet.
Okay.
Right, we could be there, which 6,000 square feet less, which reduces that building cost on that third level significantly.
$6 million.
And then not to even have an idea of the footprint or the design, or have the idea of the architecture here, and then the projection of what the size of that building is going to be. Because sometimes when you do things when you do things after the fact, that dictates the actual cost versus trying to be preemptive in terms of what we're trying to do here. Is that accurate?
True. I think what we're trying to do here is just give you a general idea to give you enough information to provide direction on, hey, what avenues would you like to seek, and then give you as many pieces of the puzzle as we can, and as many options as we can, many of the pros and cons as we can, just to have a good discussion on it.
Right. And so I believe that's what we're fleshing out here, is a good discussion, right? So, and as I'm trying to work my way through a good discussion, I see good discussion in one, the comment that Ling made, understanding that we are now looking at all options and understanding that, but also understanding the cost of real estate in this area. So the idea of buying because it's not on the table can be mentioned that it should be on the table. the option two A, the single story Gen 7, I appreciate that. Because that's realistic. Fact of, you can put that someplace, and then you wanna decide where you wanna put it and how you wanna put it. I appreciate, the single story Gen 7. I also appreciate, the two-story Gen 7. Because the cost approximation isn't exponential in comparison to what you talked about on the third story, even though the data was a little bit skewed, right? So option two A and option two B isn't a reasonable framework in terms of some of the fundamental pieces, right? And then, of course, option three, because you never know what's gonna be available, where it's gonna be available at in the city. But to have that as a cost comparison so that everyone can see that we've done our full due diligence. Now help me clarify option 4, two-story Gen 7 at 16,000 feet versus option 2B Gen 7 at 26,000 feet. Because somehow you came up with the ability that you could reduce the space 10,000 square feet and still possibly have a solution.
Sure, and that was by placing superintendent's office and her staff at Milpitas High, the boardroom at Milpitas High. There was some conversation, the old theater, we're gonna reconfigure that old theater into like student use space, student union type of space. And I think the structure Cheryl was referencing had the dais in that. You could even do it where this setup is in that space and you could partition it off so people aren't causing any harm to it. And if kids wanted to have a court day or some sort of thing to use it, they could, but it could be a space that's blocked off. And then that rest of this room be used for student use during the day. So where you're saving the 10,000, you have nurses and those sorts of people that don't necessarily have to be tied to the district office. They could be satellite. They could be spread out amongst the district. I don't know our staffing ratio on nurses, but if it's 1 to 4 schools or 2 to 4 schools, you could have them dispersed throughout the district. That's where we save that 10,000 fees by utilizing accessible space on existing sites.
Are you familiar with costs for renovating existing buildings, like industrial space?
Right now, we did modernizations for classrooms primarily in Cupertino. Just before I left, we were $400 a square foot range, somewhere in there. It's pretty pricey.
And you're seeking, define the direction that you're seeking.
I would say if you can discount leasing a building, if you say, oh, that's off, I hypothesize, say that's off. Third story is too expensive. Explore, are there sites we could put Gen 7 buildings? Which sites would it be? Does it fit? What are the obstacles that you could bring back to us dealing with the city and road improvements and encroachment? And is it a residential? All those obstacles. We just didn't want to go too deep into that. If you said, oh, that's a no-go, we're not going to do that. So we're just seeking guidance on which options would you like more information on, and we can dig a little deeper and bring you even more information to kind of guide your decision making.
So whatever options we decide for you to seek direction on, we are no longer going to hear about the other options. Is that correct?
It's the will of the board. I'll seek more information on all options if you like. This is reasonable.
I should have understood the question. So if we said option 2A and 2B and option 4, the next time you came back, you would talk about 2A, 2B, and 4.
Correct.
And that would be it.
Correct.
And then moving forward, we would never hear about option 1 or option 3 moving forward.
If that's how you direct me, that's exactly how I'll proceed.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Travis, and how much space do we need for our district office?
Well, some of these sites are really large acreage wise, so I couldn't give you an exact acreage, but in looking, I Google mapped every single site, and there's probably half of them that could accommodate what we would need. My original thought was when I first started bringing this through and talking to AMS and looking at sites from Google Maps, was 24,000 square feet. And if you had 4 divisions, business services, ed services, all those sorts of things, spread out, and you had 4 buildings that were 40 by 150, then you can kind of see 40, 80 by 150, 80 by 150. So, and then some separation. So, I mean, 2 of them lined up side by side would be the length of a football field and 40 feet. I mean, you could fit all of these on basically the footprint of a football field, but then you have parking and all those other things.
So I guess I heard, because when I heard Kelly's question, I heard Kelly ask you, do you understand the operations of the district office and how much space each organization needs to operate?
I do, in a sense that I understand we can operate within the same square footage. So then what we have is these spaces that we can create that are 40 by however long that accommodates 26,000 square feet. And that can be configured any way by the staff and their input to say, how do we want to utilize this space? So we could go through and we could look at every space that we have now, measure that off, see where there's wasted space, see how it's configured, see how an administrative assistant may be able to communicate with their director, those sorts of things. And that's where we get into really knee deep with staff saying, well, how do you want to configure this book? How do you want to make it your own? So yes, we would have room for the entire district office. We have room for parking, that sort of thing. I thought you were maybe asking the acreage or that sort of thing, how much space for the actual footprint.
Yeah, and I'm just, trying to figure out for option 2B, 26,000, because it's 2-story.
Mm-hmm.
Can the district office and the boardroom, somehow squeeze in?
Yeah, if we did the 26,000 option, then the boardroom and the superintendent's office, everything's included in that. Everything that we have here, with the exception of IT and my office, Deanna, everything that we have here, district office wise, would be in there. Cal Hills, of course, and all that would stay here. Yeah, that would accommodate everybody and comfortably.
I think Robert Young has.
One follow-up question. Just one follow-up question. I think the question that I think Han had asked was a key point in that we have limited funds that we've allocated. To me, it seems like the important question to ask is, with our knowledge of what we envision that high school or innovation center, whatever the name you want to use, to me is if we can get our hands around what is the minimum cost for us to build that innovation center, because that's what what the board has promised our community. If we can get our handle on that, then we know what we have to operate in terms of the in terms of a district office, right? To me, the question's backwards right now, right? Because you're kind of asking for direction around, well, how much should be the district office without really having a good number around what's the minimum cost to put together that innovation center. That's just some observation, so.
So I'll comment on your observation. One of the things that Travis has said earlier was the fact that you have the chicken before the egg.
Mm-hmm.
And he's identified whichever one you want to consider first. He realizes the fact that the district office has to do some things.
Agreed.
And this presentation could have gone a number of different ways.
Absolutely.
He could have pitched the fact that we got to move the district office temporarily, and here's what it's going to cost, and here's when we're going to do it. And he could have given us a couple of different sites.
Absolutely.
This one, rent already, you know what I mean? He could have done a number of different things.
Sure.
But he took a construction-based approach.
Yep.
Which is what it is. Right, because now we're looking at numbers and working things through this way, and not the ability to do exactly what you're talking about.
Right. Yeah. Right. I'm just saying both pieces of information would be useful in helping to make a decision.
Thank you for that.
And as it currently stands, the high school as a standalone is right around 40 million. But that's just based on the facility master plan, where we are, what are they planning to do. So you have cost escalations over the next couple of years that could impact that, any number of things. But as a placeholder, you're looking at about 40 million for that. And you have some money to renovate adult ed in Cal Hills. So that needs to happen as well on the site. And then, of course, we have a need to house our district office folks.
I fully agree.
So Charlotte, I just want to clarify, so for the two-story gen building, 26,000 square feet, that's going to have our innovation center, the district office, the boardroom, is that minus the?
No, that is just
Oh, wow.
that's just district office stuff. Yeah.
So just as a point of reference, they had originally budgeted or allocated 5 million to move the district office. So I just want to make sure that there's some information here, and there are gaps in the information that makes it difficult. We have an idea of what option 2 is, option 3 is, and option 4. We have those, if I'm not mistaken. If I look at what you have there, we have those. Your direction based on those 3 was to find us a place and show us some examples of what it could look like.
Sure.
Right? That's
Yes.
kind of easy, cut and dry.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't mean easy. None of this is.
No, I understand.
I want to be contextual here, right? The options that I'm not clear, or me not being clear, that are not clear, are relative to what Mr. Jung has shared about we don't know what we don't know in terms of what we're going to do here, what the requirements are, what can be built in to that facility relative to the district office and its ability to be used within the infrastructure of this learning center, the innovation hub, whatever we're going to call it.
Right.
Right. And you're confirming for me that anything here requires an additional 250,000. So anything here requires the additional parking, which adds the approximate $250,000 cost to it.
Correct.
I knew there was something only I understood. There was something.
Well, and I can tell you have $66 million. A lot of that is soft costs. We save a lot on soft costs because we're not hiring construction management firms at $2 or $3 million to run it. I run it. So a lot of these times we have these opportunities to roll soft costs into hard costs, hard construction costs. So if you say tentatively now, the innovation center is 40 million. If you did, just to hypothesize, if you did option 4, so say you spent 10 million there, now you're at 50, now you have $16 million left for architectural fees, TSA fees, renovating Cal Hills, renovating adult ed. So you can kind of see, the higher you go up for the DO, the more you're taking away from those other 3 elements. And so we do have a ballpark on the actual innovation center at 40 million. So it's known to the extent that we can know it at this stage of development schematic.
Based on the dollars that we have.
And based on LPA's facility master plan.
Right, there are multiple moving parts, so I appreciate that.
Sure.
I think I'm gonna have to go back to our CBO. If I would ask you to give me recommendation for two plans, 2 options, so that we can give, or at least we can wrap this up on this subject, on this issue right here. Which 2 would it be that fits in our budget?
Well, based on this cost analysis, I mean, of course, the lower cost options will fit in our budget better.
That will be option 4.
That will be option 4 and an option
2A.
Yeah, either A or B because they're not much difference. I mean, it depends on a single story or 2-story, but basically option A and option 2 is we relocated the district office to an existing school site so we don't have to worry about the land, we own the land. And we just needed to build a Gen 7 building there, either a single story or 2-story. So that's so far the cheapest way to do. And the option 4 is similar thing. And we do basically we do a 2-story Gen 7 building at this site. No, it's
Option
still.
4,
Uh-huh.
that's still at a school site. That's
So
off-site.
option 4 is also at the school site.
It's the same as option 2A and B. It's just reduced by 10,000 square feet
Okay.
because of the distribution of staff to other sites.
Right. So basically, the options provided here is, I see it's kind of like 2 options. Do you want the district office to stay at this site, or you would like the district office to relocate to an existing school site? That's kind of the difference, because move off-site to our.
We're gonna have to ask you, would you like to stay here or would you like to move?
Well, I would like to share with the board that we did an input meeting, and we actually hold the district office staff and with all the departments involved, and to ask them, hey, which option you like to choose if you have an option. I like to share with the board that actually 3 departments, they expressed their preference that they would like to stay here. The reason their concerns to move off-site is to worry about the traffic, because they know in the morning or like when the school in session, the morning traffic to go to school site is already sometimes is problematic. And then if we move the district office there, will that add additional burden on the traffic? And then the other thing is the commute. However, because right now we did not explore this option 2 yet. So if we figure out a location, like it will solve these concerns or solve these problems, that still could be a good option that we can present to the staff, because their concern is like parking and the traffic and commute. So if we can help to solve that problem, then that still helps.
I'd like to speak to those. If I may, I think Wendy raises some good points about the traffic and commute. I know it is quite a burden for a lot of our team members, and it's not a burden that I see going away anytime soon. You look at, say the BART station, in 2018, they said it was gonna open in 2019. Now we're in 2019 and they're saying 2020. And who knows how long this is gonna keep getting pushed forward. And in the meantime, we're still stuck in traffic. So I think, I mean, while it's good to focus on the costs, as you know, I do care a lot about costs. There are also side benefits that are maybe not so immediately reflected in the chart, such as the commute. And I guess into the second thing I'd like to bring up, as I'm looking over all these options, I'm searching my own experiences for a lens with which to understand them and evaluate them. And I think back to actually a great course I took at UC Berkeley about landscape architecture and design and the history of that. And one of the theories is this idea of future-looking design and construction, where right now you're building something for today, but you also want to design in the option for expansion or changes in the future as a population grows or the needs grow. And as I look at our high school right now, we're having issues with overcrowding. And who's to say that at this new high school, we won't eventually run into those same issues where we're gonna say, oh, look, students are being crammed into classrooms, we don't have enough space. So what I'm thinking is that at that point, having the 3rd story built in preemptively might actually give us extra flexibility 10 or even 20 years down the road, where rather than just cramming in more portables and cramming in more students to kind of have a Band-Aid approach to overcrowding at this proposed site, it could lead in the option of, hey, let's start converting that 3rd story into additional classroom space, because at that point, it would be easier probably for the staff to maybe relocate somewhere else than for the students and families to start relocating Because if the commute and traffic is bad for us as a staff, it's even worse for our families and students. So while the cost there is higher, I actually do see a potential hidden benefit that can give us an additional option 10 or 20 years down the road.
Can I say something?
So there's a green question, visitor card. It's not a hidden benefit. It's a present, it's the method of presentation that doesn't show an apples to apples comparison based on all variables that are included for each of the decisions. So it's not, if this presentation were different, not saying that it should have been different, but you hear the context of some of the conversation around 20,000 square feet, what's the actual usage, and having a better understanding of this site, and Mr. Young had referred to, which you can't have, and you came with the information that you have, which has been which has been very positive as a starting point to create this level of dialogue. So I'm very thankful for that.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is I see the square footage that you guys are talking about, and I think Chris brought this point up. There doesn't seem to be clear requirements for this project, because I thought when I was listening, they said 21,000 square feet might be enough, 20,000 square feet. Then option 4 is 16,000 square feet spread across multiple sites. So you guys are talking about these numbers, but I don't think we solidify the exact square footage that we need, which would feed into all the budget requirements. And we don't have a sort of bracket in terms of budgets that we would like to spend on this project as well. So I see what he's trying to do here in terms of he's sort of submitting stuff on estimates, but I think we need to go back to the fundamentals and talk about exactly square footage, options for square footage, and if you want to split the campus or not. So just fundamental things like that needs to be talked about before we get to the actual budget numbers.
Thank you, sir.
Let me be clear on the 16,000 square feet is on one site. It's not 16,000 square feet spread among sites. That's just 16,000 on an existing school site where the other 10,000 can be distributed like we had discussed previously. So the cost per square foot is just high level. So high level to drive the conversation and to drive the decision-making and direction, because you can come in high level at this and look at some of these things and, in my opinion, $1,100 square foot, a lot of money when you need to build an innovation center. That's how so I'm looking at it from that lens. Is how would what could I eliminate quickly based on the data that's available? And it is apples to apples in the sense that it's 26,000. If you reduce it to 20,000, reduce them all to 20,000 and do the math, and it's the same variable. It's the square foot variable. And that's what we're trying to demonstrate. So 26,000 is what we came up as a committee to say, okay, we're a growing district, still growing. We may need space later. We may need that extra conference room or whatever. And then, like Michael said, if we built it here, then you have that much that if you did expand, and all of a sudden you need a comprehensive site again because of growth, those sorts of things. So really, this data just gives you, what are we looking at? High level, if we were to do this versus this versus this, to kind of help drive the decision and be able to eliminate maybe a couple right out the gate.
So, the board, let's give or pick 2 or 3. I think narrow it down to 2 so that Travis can bring back the information that would help us understand better on the cost, the square footage.
So here's what I know to be true. I know it's true as far as single story Gen 7, you 430. Option B, 2-story Gen 7, 500. I know those to be true wherever you do that.
Correct.
I don't know option one, 1,100 square feet, $1,100 per square foot to be true. So, if I could have a separate conversation, presentation, however that goes, to get to that understanding outside this, whatever needs to be done.
Well, I can tell you where that number was derived, and that was from LPA, because they did the facility master plan, and they had a line item breakdown for cost for the innovation center, so that's what I consulted with them.
Right.
So that's where we came up with that number.
Right, so when we move from their virtual reality world, right?
And contemporaneous
to your
construction projects.
Right, to your real world.
Yeah.
Right, there's a difference.
Yeah, what we looked at with two factors, one was their facility master plan, and then also similar projects recently constructed in the same demographic. That's how we come up with that number.
I appreciate that.
Sure.
I don't know, I still like to explore option one and also option 2B. Yeah. I mean, I think, in one of the presentations that you mentioned, the modular, it was good for like 60, 70 years, something like that. And whereas an actual building, it was gonna last longer, that,
I think that's, I don't know that I'd give it a detailed thing. I'm saying that the elements of construction are similar in that the modular building is set on a concrete foundation, mounted and permanently affixed to that foundation. It's built with a steel frame and a concrete deck, and all the interior elements are the same. So I would say they're comparable.
I think before we were talking about portable, portable has a lifespan of about 30 years.
Yeah, and that's what they call the shoebox, the round shoebox, the 960 portable 32 by 40.
so is this like
It's not
a
that.
scale shoebox then?
Pardon?
So it's more like the San Jose City College Extension. That's modular.
So actually, I hear your discussions. Now I'm thinking maybe we can come back, staff can come back with for option one. And we can explore more options under option one to see if there are any way, maybe we can use the modular building and to build what we want the program. And then that way will be cheaper than this 1,100 per square footage. And then we come back with that information and then to give you an eye and to compare with option two. So that way you can have another lens to look at it. How about that? Because I think that could be an option, because right now this 1,100 per square footage is really based on the LPA's master planning. When they do the master planning, they're thinking we'll build a brand new custom design building. Definitely that is expensive. But if the Gen 7, the modular building can serve the same purpose we want for the program here, that definitely will lower our cost. And then but that can only do 2 stories. So the question is, if we do Gen 7 here with 2-story, how we still would do we still have a space we can build another Gen 7 building for district office? So that could be another option, sort of.
If it's okay using a Gen 7 for the innovative high school, then that potentially changes everything on the site, because if that's the case, I would probably clean out a whole bunch of these buildings and build a Gen 7 village and include Cal Hills and adult ed in that. Because the cost to renovate those two is gonna be similar. I mean, you have demo and abatement and all those things, so, I mean, that option 5A, but my understanding was we didn't want to use the modular building for the innovative high school. If that's the case, that changes the dynamic immensely. Then I could come back with another option, which would likely be demolish the Cal Hills and adult ed wing, level all of this and start from scratch with Gen 7 two-story buildings and make them configure to what we need. I'm throwing that out. I'm not the curriculum guy. I'm not the guy that understands programming and all that, but I do understand construction. I understand that would be an efficient way to get a lot of square footage in the footprint that we have currently here. We would have to relocate everybody in the interim somewhere. We're doing it in phases, which is also a possibility.
So I would like to thank you for, before you even said that, it was coming to me, what does this Gen 7 world look like in terms of different opportunities and configurations? Because I can tell you there are a number of business partners in the city of Milpitas that are looking at this innovation center and determining if they're going to be part of our pathway partners. And so our ability to meet the needs of the community, to make sure whatever this is, isn't an eyesore.
Right.
In this part of the community, because there will be some community revitalization based on what goes up here.
Sure.
Right. So, but not knowing what the possibilities are, and even, I appreciate Superintendent, you mentioning that the fact that the Summer City College campus had a bio lab there says that we can't walk away from the idea of seeing what that Gen 7 two-story village possibility looks like.
Scott, can you scroll back up to the two-story ones?
And what's the comparison to Folio?
Folio is about
Gen 7?
between 800 and 900 a square foot right now. So it's similar. It's similar in that it's a defined shape. Both of them are a defined shape. A Folio is a two-story. It's an L. This is a two-story. It's a straight run. But that building right there, the top and the bottom both could be 40 feet wide and infinity long as one open space, the way it's built. You put bowling out if you want. So how do you configure it? I'm just not real familiar with what curriculum's being put in this building. If you're talking about doing welding and auto shop, of course, it's not gonna work. If you're talking about you're doing coding and you're doing technology stuff or anything that gets 500 kids hired at Tesla when they graduate, those sorts of jobs, absolutely you can configure this to that because you have 40, however long you want it, with no cross members, it's open space, and you decide where the walls go.
Does Gen 7 limit to 2 stories?
Two stories is the maximum for that. And so what they are what they call PC drawings. They're pre-approved by the Division of State Architect. That's why you can accelerate the construction process. So what happens is you'd hire an architect. That architect would help staff configure the open space, the 40 by infinity space. Where do you want bathrooms? How do you want the superintendent's office? How do you want this person's office, etc. And so they would draw all that. And then when they manufacture it, that one section may have a partial wall here, already drywall painted, everything. You put it in place and they stick the next one. It's really kind of a cool process. See all the drop ceilings in, lights are in, all that when they set it in place. I believe the only thing that's painted in these buildings is the doors. So it's this level of durability, this thought process. But the point being, yeah, it's 1 and 2 stories. They're pre-approved by the state. They go, you get an architect, they configure the inside, you get a site plan, take that site plan along with their PC drawings to Division of State Architect, and you get sign off very, very quickly because it's an over-the-counter process.
When you bring these options back, would you please include in the options the length of time to build the either Gen 7 or the third building, the third stories, or
Sure.
so that we can understand.
Yeah, okay. Now I think, okay, I have some idea in my mind. I think let me summarize it, if this is what work with the board. Because I think, to respect our time, we should wrap up this item. And so what we can do is staff will go back to look at our program design and to see if our programs, if the Gen 7 building can fit for our program need. And if that works, and then we can provide an option, what if we do Gen 7 building here and for the program and also for the district office and what that cost will look like. and make that an option for you to consider next time. And versus we have option 2 and also the 3rd floor, so on and so forth. Because I think if we can go back to look at our program design and find out actually the Gen 7 building can meet our program, needs facility-wide, that definitely changed the whole thing, as Travis mentioned. It'll give us more options and more ways to look at this location here. Will that work for the board?
Works for me. Works for me.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. Chris?
3 is we.
Okay, then we'll work on that and then we'll come back with this item.
Thank you. Next agenda item.
Thank you, Travis.
Travis, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you are staying
Yeah,
for.
I have one more.
Yes.
17C, label matters.
Yeah, Travis.
Thank you again. So over at Maple Mountain House, as you may recall, we're getting ready to construct phase 2 of
Mario, you can.
Thank you.
We need Mario can.
Thank you.
Sorry, Carl.
That's okay.
Okay, am I ready?
Oh, you want to roll us through?
Okay, Maple Meadows, we're about to start construction of phase 2, which is 3 more classroom buildings and a multi-purpose building. And that multi-purpose building originally designed to mimic Pomeroy, and speaking with staff and their programmatical needs, they would like to move the stage for where you see here, which would have been the original location, typical stage like Pomeroy, to what you see in the next slide, which is stage on the side. Staff feels that that is makes for better engagement with the parents and with students. They're closer to whatever it is that's going on stage. The parents are able to see their child if their child goes up and does a performance or gets an award or that sort of thing. And so staff requested this change. We want to make you aware of it, just so you're not taken by surprise that this change is occurring to move that stage there. Construction costs, probably a wash on that portion. On the next slide, they requested something that's actually an addition, and that's an exterior stage. This is a generic rendering of what that would look like, a concrete stage on the outside. This particular stage, we would include in design, but the school site and their parent group would fundraise to absorb the cost of this change, since it's not typical of our multi-purpose district-wide. We wanted to inform you of those requested changes from staff due to programmatic needs. Be happy to answer any questions.
And to add to what Travis is sharing here, last night, Chris and I, in the State of the District presentation to the Matos PTA, we talked about this change, and along with Principal Jackie Wilfelbiger, we talked about the change and we talked about the vision and how, can you go back to the other one, please? And how moving the stage here and not necessarily making it as extravagant with those walls on the side, and making it so that it's something that is also an area that can be used as not just a stage, because it would be lower than what's already planned for. It could be used as a learning space as well. And the location allows for, as Jackie said last night, allows for parents to be closer to the stage so they can see their kids. It allows for the audience to feel more a part of what's happening on stage, which is why then it also becomes more conducive to doubling as a learning area. And so we shared that with the PTA last night, and if you go to the next one. And this exterior stage location would allow for the entire school to be present for any assembly that was occurring. It also allows for community-based theatrical productions. And what we conservatively estimated is that the potential cost change would be about $500,000. And when Wendy, myself, Travis, Jackie, and Shin Sung met over at Palmer to discuss the changes that we would like to see at Matos, given that it's not exactly within our budget. And as we go through each of the different projects that are planned and the different needs of every site, just about every single site has something that they want that costs more than what's budgeted. So looking at where do we draw the line? Because if we keep saying, okay, well, we'll add this to whatever all of the different aspects are, we won't have money for whatever the projects are at the year 3 or 4 of the bond. So I said to Jackie, your parent, PTA, with only a current enrollment of about 160 kids, and a small PTA group raised $22,000. And last time we learned that went up to $25,000. And this past weekend, they ran a fun run and they raised $14,000. So they are very capable of raising the money to allow for the changes. And they didn't say no, they're very interested. I told them that I would work alongside them with how you do a campaign from the information that I've gathered over the last year or so and learning how to do a capital campaign. And so this would be an opportunity for the parents to be a part of this change. And it would also be an opportunity for us as a district to see how a campaign works at a smaller level. And then also helps us to develop capacity in our PTAs for building campaigns. So we wanted to share this with you, and it's something that the parent community of Matos is very interested in supporting.
It is great if the parents,
Yeah.
can really do this, and commit to it. So,
Yes. And so this is just an information item. We would like to be transparent with the board. So anytime we have this kind of a design change or a big requirement that the cost will be out of our normal budget, we would like to bring it to our board for attention. So this is just an information item we would like to share with you.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. So we're good to move on to 18A. Approved resolution 2020.21 supporting participation in census 2020. Superintendent.
The census 2020 begins in January, and it is a civic obligation. It is not a political one. And the County Office of Education has been doing a big campaign for school districts to have what they need to do their part in the census 2020, as far as making sure that parents all have the information that they need about what the census means. And part of the reason why the County of Santa Clara is really pushing that we make sure our parents are informed is that, and actually throughout California, is that funding from the federal level is based on the numbers of people in your space. So school districts stand to lose funding from the federal government if there isn't an appropriate count of the citizens and people who live here in our district. So it's our obligation to make sure that we get the information out, and the county office has provided this census 2020 resolution, and it's something that I wanted to bring to the board for approval, so that we can we can use it as an entryway for, or as a announcement to our community that we're here to provide the information that we need to provide to our parents about the census and the importance of taking part in it.
Do I have the motion or do we need to discuss?
The resolution.
Okay, well, is it action item, right? And this is, do we don't do it all together or just?
It's an action item to adopt the resolution.
Okay, I motion that we, approve the resolution 2020.21 supporting participation in census 2020.
Do we read this one?
There's a motion, there's a second.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Superintendent, do we read this for the records or?
If you,
we're okay?
you don't have, you're not required to read resolutions, but if you would like to, you can.
No, it's okay. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to item 19.
On item 19, since Parwinder is waiting, and I wanted to pull, item F, the MIU Sobrato family. I would like to ask that we bring that forward.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve item 19, except for, except for F?
There's anything else that.
Oh, okay, yes. Does anyone have any questions on any of the items on 19? Natalie, Michael?
I'm okay.
Natalie, Kelly? Okay, then we only have F to pull. Do I have a motion to approve the rest?
Motion to approve the consent items after item F.
Can I just have one small thing about the previous board meeting minutes?
Then you need to pull.
Okay, can we pull that one in addition to F?
Okay. That motion from Chris cancels, please. Can you make another motion, please? Which item on the,
Item F. Motion to approve the consent item agenda excluding item C and item F.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Let's pull F first.
So, F is the MIU with Sobrato Family Foundation for Sobrato Early Academic Language, also known as SEAL. And that's a program that we've had in our district for 6 years. And it's been quite expensive. And so we asked staff to eliminate the dependency on the Sobrato family and develop our own leadership capacity for training our teachers and our new teachers. And I saw this item and it's for $22,000. So I talked with Norma and Parwinder and told them I would pull it because I wanted to understand why, and also for the board to understand why they're asking for the MOU to be approved. Parwinder?
Let's get past this along, it's the timeline.
I just want to say thank you for staying so late. I've never experienced this. I really appreciate all the hard work you guys do. So for SEAL, in the first, from 2015 to 2016, that was
the first year in our contract with SEAL. And our up to 2018 and 2019, that was our last cohort of teachers at the elementary schools, which are Kirtner, Spangler, Burnett, Weller, and Pomeroy. Randall, not the dual immersion teachers that went through the training. So it was done in layers. For early literacy, English learners, and all the strategies, and the program components. Last year, we had our core program for TK through third grade ELA benchmark adoption. So in the years before, our teachers didn't have a strong common core ELA program. So SEAL came in place for early literacy strategies. And we spend a lot of money when it comes to coaching, when it comes to the module trainings with our license through SEAL. With that said, we got a lot of collaboration among the teachers, across grade levels, across schools, a parent engagement part, culturally responsive teaching strategies that they got. But with all that, so all that cost was worth it if you go into a SEAL classroom, talk to a SEAL student, or talk to parent engagement or the site admin. With that said, so when the teachers got benchmark training with the ELA program and with the strategies, there were two things happening that the teachers needed to do, integrate both. We made a decision, talking to the principals and talking to the teachers and the communities, and look at our Title III plan and looking at the model programs. SEAL was one of the, I guess, the illustrative program that the state recommend, I don't want to say recommended, as an example. From that decision, we thought, okay, this year, our brand new teachers, year one and year two teachers, we really didn't have the great capacity of supporting those teachers. So they needed to, and our coach, halftime coach, also needed support of the SEAL organization. And that's how that decision was made. So I just want to be, starting next year, we will have internal capacity of our teachers maybe on a stipend, which will be a lot less cost, it will be more cost effective. And we're in a better place. And plus, next week, when our LPAC scores get public, it's out there, we will be able to show you data. But from just when it was pre-released, I quickly looked at it. SEAL is really for early literacy, developing listening and speaking in all students based on academic and social studies and science. And I think our goal is to really focus on early literacy. So our data will show that about 60% of our students are making the growth. So that's how that MOU came about. If you have any questions, go ahead.
Any questions?
It would be unfair to ask you the questions. Thank you for sharing your experience and the methodology behind the decision to ask.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, you have to stay so late.
I think you give me a better understanding and appreciation of the hard work that you guys did.
Thank you. Likewise.
You're welcome back.
Next year.
Do I have a motion to approve 19F?
I motion that we approve 19F.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
So there's two. There's two.
Three.
Okay. Three.
3-1.
C. 19C. The board minutes.
Yeah, I have one quick question. I'm looking on the minutes section, 20D. Said, board member Tsai will provide suggestions on language and get them to Superintendent Jordan before the proposed bylaw is brought back for second reading on December 10th.
Which is today.
Right, and sat through this entire meeting, did we do a second reading?
I know, and I would have had to receive your comments before the 10th in order to have it up there. And also when I was reviewing the meeting, I saw census and thought it was censure. So I missed that it wasn't on the board meeting.
Oh, all right, this happens and it's not a big deal. Yeah, I sent it last night, but I think this is good because then we can spend more time processing it. Because I think there was a lot taken from the conference and I was trying to work fast and incorporate that into the work I was preparing.
So we'll have it on January 14th.
But, you know, it's.
Alright, so we're good to. Okay, do I have a motion to approve 19C?
Move to approve 19C.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Consent on them? Okay, dates of future board meetings. We have a meeting on January 14, 2020. Study session starting at 5 p.m., closed session at 6, open session at 7, and it's here in this boardroom. January 28, 2020, study session at 5, closed session at 6, and open session at 7. Also in this building, this boardroom. I don't know, did you read it in? Announcements and reminders. Any announcements, any reminders?
We have the MCEE event on Friday
Yes.
at our restaurant.
Yes. I'd like to have a moment of silence to remember Jenny Weisgerber, a great man who served the district so much, who touched so many hearts in so many ways. Big loss for the city and for the family. He will surely be missed in this Milpitas city. 1 full minute of silence for him. Thank you.
He was here like just 2 board meetings ago, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I have anything on the right here?
Yeah, she mentioned the MCE dinner, I'm sorry.
Okay. Anything on that?
We have Milpitas High School Trojans, 6 o'clock Saturday at Milpitas High School.
All right. We adjourn.
We did.
Turn it off.